It's hot. I need milk.
The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up?
Just a gorgeous, I don't know, end of summer, new spring sort of day.
You know, my car.
Bite me, October. This is great.
I have a car.
Really? I thought you were being all eco-friendly.
No.
Thought you were down to one car.
Oh, no.
No. So your carbon neutral lasted all of like 3 months. And now you're back to polluting the planet.
You notice I don't say carbon neutral anymore.
No. Well, I'm glad your hypocrisy knows some bounds.
Yeah, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm just not. I'm not that eco-friendly anymore.
No.
I love that you guys got an electric vehicle and we're done with it in like a couple weeks.
Yeah, that was all her. She didn't like
lump
it.
you in there.
Well, I mean,
someone here is still saving the planet driving an EV.
we had one car.
Yeah.
Okay, between two people.
Yeah.
I loved it because of cost.
Sure.
Like, cars annoy me. There's never an easy way to buy it. Yeah, you buy one, you lease one, you finance one. It's all sucks.
Yeah, you're not a car guy.
I just don't like it. I'd rather just I'm the guy who's going to own the old car.
Sure.
Because it's paid off. Like it's an expense that I don't like.
You could ride the Max or maybe a nice city bus.
Yeah, no thanks. So she got tired of that.
Yeah.
Even though she works from home and never drives anywhere. And she bought an electric vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, it was this little thing that if you got in a wreck, you were dead.
It was like a Nissan Leaf, right?
A Leaf.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Sure.
And she hated it.
The Skechers of electric vehicles.
Because she said you can't, like, you're always having to charge this stupid thing. You can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So we swore off all of this technology. And now she has since bought a Subaru Outback.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
Are you worried?
That she's a lesbian?
No. Why would you assume that? Look at you going there. Wow.
What?
I can't believe you went there.
No, she's my
that's offensive.
My beautiful bride.
How very Pacific Northwest of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not going to save the planet, then at least pretend to save the planet while like driving to the mountains.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I smoke my weed in there.
Yeah, your Subaru Outback. Was that I think Paul Hogan was originally hawking those things. The Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, it's an okay car. She thinks it's the greatest thing ever.
See, we had a
and I'm just like, all right.
When I got together with my special lady friend, she also had a Subaru Outback, and I died a little bit inside every time I had to be in it.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't bother me.
It bothered me.
Nice car, but
it's my daughter's now, and
look, man.
She's in Korea, so it just sits in my my driveway.
Yeah.
And when I pull up and I see it, it makes me sad.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It does.
I mean, you're from the Northwest.
It makes me sad.
I'm ready to get back into an Audi, and I can't wait to do that. It's just gonna.
It's a process.
Yeah.
I understand.
Well, we gotta wait for this stupid lease to end.
Yeah.
You know how? Yeah. See, the whole car. Yeah. Anyway, I have a temperature gauge on my fancy Toyota Highlander.
Yes.
It said 71 degrees driving in.
It's tasty, brother.
Dude,
it's tasty.
It's so nice out there. So that's all I wanted to say.
Just
all of that
to say it's
it's
nice.
71 degrees, and I know that because my Toyota does not lie to me.
Fan-freaking-tastic. But your Subaru Outback may lie to you. It's possible.
I don't know. I don't. It's hers. I don't really drive it.
Subaru Outback says, I could go to the mountains, but I'm not going to. So,
as a matter of fact, the kid has it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Does he get sad when he has to drive it?
I don't know why you say that. It's a wonderful car.
Sure it is. To all those out there driving Subarus, God bless you.
It's very sensible. I have one.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Buck's got one.
Oh,
You're the only one without a Subaru. You're the only one that doesn't fit in here.
I mean,
you just don't get it, Jason.
You don't get it.
I mean, technically, there is one at my house. It sits dormant, but like I said, every time I pull up to it and I see it, I'm like, oh my God, that's in front of my house.
Like a volcano ready to melt your heart.
Pretty much. But I've moved it out of the driveway. I just keep it on the curb now, so it's not necessarily mine. It's just adjacent to my house.
Hey, how about the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk?
Yeah!
We have a new sponsor coming into
Look at us.
Coming into the show.
Salesbro Kurt Ludwig or whoever, Joe Fish, someone out there doing their job.
Maybe Linda. Why are you being so sexist?
Well,
she's on the staff too.
Well, I thought after your Subaru comment,
although she has A-Lene, so maybe it's not hers.
It's possible.
Anyway, things are looking up here at Beautiful Odyssey. You know, we have sports guests today.
We do, yes.
You guys know that?
I was aware. I saw the text.
Yep.
This is 2 days in a row after the big Dave Bartu segment.
Yeah, Dave sent me a text today. He's like, man, I know you have one listener because he got a DM from somebody who has been inspired to create their own matrix.
Oh, the College Football Matrix Part 2.
After yesterday. Well, your matrix can be whatever you believe matters in football.
Sure.
That's what Dave did.
Yeah, pretty much.
And he has since, over time.
He's turned it into a whole thing.
He's morphed it into different factors.
I think he's got like 17 college programs and a couple of them big boys. that like pay exclusively for
Yeah.
like in the conference for his analytics.
Anyway, Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports is coming on in our very next seggy in like 10 minutes.
Yes.
Isn't that exciting?
Talk about the fall of the Pac-12.
Yeah, and that is why I put up the poll question that I did today. Now, I have to tell you that I cheated a little bit
Okay.
because I put it up there. Unlike yesterday, I actually put it up early. And I pinned it to the top of our X account. And then somebody said, you should put the TV networks in there as an answer.
Okay.
Because I had Colorado in there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? That's right. TV networks in Colorado was getting like 2% of the vote.
Yeah.
So I changed it. I took it down and put it back up. The new and improved poll question here on the 18th of October is up there now at 1080 The Fan on X.
And it is.
It reads, who do you most blame for the demise of the Pac-12?
Oh.
USC and UCLA,
Mhm.
Larry Scott and George Kliavkov, the TV networks, or the presidents and chancellors.
Interesting.
Now, I put Colorado on there originally, but that's like they were getting 2%, and that they didn't wreck the league.
No, they were the
And then somebody else said, well, why wouldn't you put Oregon and Washington on there? I'm like, well, they didn't wreck the league either. They're like Colorado. They just left after all the S hit the fan. If you're going to put any schools on there, it's USC and UCLA.
100%. Well, and I've said it many a time that if you want to blame a school, USC is the one to blame. Because not only did USC bolt, but remember, USC was the one that put their foot down and blocked any expansion. You could have killed the Big 12. You could have gobbled up whatever Big 12 teams you wanted and then put the rest out to pasture, but USC said no. And then a year later, USC bolted. That's like the biggest D move of all time. You're not talking about gaslighting someone. That's like when you find out like your wife accuses you of cheating, and you go on this big long rant and make her feel guilty about accusing you, and then it turns out you were indeed cheating the entire time, and then leave for the person you were cheating with. But I still don't blame USC. Look, any one of the schools would have bolted for the Big Ten. Had any, this is like it had Oregon, Washington, UCLA, Oregon State and Washington State are going to obviously bitch and moan because they're the ones left behind. But can you imagine how fast Oregon State and Washington State would have left if the Big Ten would have come to them first and was like, hey, you guys kind of interested in coming to the Big Ten for $70 million a year? There were just, like when you watch the Looney Tunes and there's like they leave so fast that it leaves like a smoke image of like Daffy Duck. There's like a spectral vision of the Coug and the Beav. Butch and Benny, that's what would have happened. It just so happens that they came to USC and UCLA. And I suppose originally it was supposed to be Oregon and USC, but USC didn't want to play with the Ducks. So I don't blame necessarily USC and UCLA for what they're doing or what they did. But if you're placing blame on where the start of the conference fell,
The question is, who do you blame most?
then it's still Larry Scott and Kliavkov. And even if you want to go back further than that, I'll go with Hansen, who was the commissioner before him. This conference had their head up their ass for decades and thought that their academic prestige and the tradition and the Rose Bowl and all of that they were beyond reproach. And they just allowed that thing to kind of rot from the inside.
Well, isn't that the presidents and chancellors, though? They're the ones that hired those guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I don't know if it's an easy one to do, but at the same time, I still go with Larry Scott because he had an opportunity to save it. He did. He had an opportunity to save it. And all he had to do was give Texas their own network, and he gets Texas and Oklahoma, and this whole thing we're not talking about it.
He's a hero.
He's a hero, but he didn't. And again, he probably went to the chancellors, he probably went to the presidents and the ADs, and they said no. That's why there's no one easy answer. There's plenty of blame to go around for lots of different people. But if I had to pin it on one of those entities, I'm still going Scott. Because it's your job as Larry Scott and Kliavkov. Like when Kliavkov supposedly had the whatever university president came to him, I think it was Utah's, and now that we've known, came to him and said, no, our evaluation is $50 million. That is upon George Kliavkov to come back and be like, dude, you guys are out in la la land. We are nowhere near $50 million, and if we do this, we have a chance that this bites us in the ass. That is why they pay you. Is to be the person, to be the voice of reason. And Larry Scott didn't do it, and Kliavkov didn't do it. So while there's plenty of blame to go around, if I have to put the bulk of it at someone's feet, I'm going with the Commissioners.
All right, vote hard on our poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Give us a follow. It's brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday's question was which Northwest football program is in the best hands, and Dan Lanning in Oregon won that at 45%. Followed by Oregon State and Jonathan Smith at 36%. 17% said Washington and Kalen DeBoer. And then 2% said Washington State and Jake Dickert.
Well, Dickert's not going to be there. He's going to leave and take another job. I believe that. I think he's gone after this year if they finish strong. But I go back. I said Lanning simply because of recruiting. When you can recruit, it makes all the difference in the world. And that's the one thing that would scare me for Oregon State and Washington. Well, Oregon State's got bigger issues. They got to find a place to play. But as good as Washington is, they're entering a league where there's big boy recruiters. Michigan, Ohio State, USC, Oregon. Washington can't recruit in the 20s. I mean, you can, and Wisconsin and teams like that have been successful. Oh, Penn State, by the way, has become a top 12 recruiter. Washington has to find a way to bump up recruiting. They just have to. Otherwise, it's going to be it's not going to be a rough time in the Big Ten, but we know that when you're the 6th, 7th, 8th best recruiter in your conference, talk to Dave Bartu, that's not a recipe for long-term success, not the success that you want to have.
All right, the Vancouver Ford text line 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. Up next, we will interview Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports. He has covered how the Pac-12 crumbled. That's next. It's 3:12 on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on The Fan.
Here's Bo. Wants to throw. Inside throw. There's Holden. Ain't no doubt about that. Great route. Great throw. Tremendous catch. And another touchdown, Oregon.
Ducks football is brought to you by Zoom Care, Encore Audio Video, Victor Rico's Mexican Food, Grillworks Supply Company, and by Langdon Farms Golf Club. The Ducks play here on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
If you're traveling westbound 80
who you ask. I think it was just like any other deal or bargaining deal situation, in that you go up to the final hour as late as you can get it until you have the best deal, basically compromising along the way. And I think that's kind of probably what happened. Is they were trying to get a big enough number as far as a distribution from the Big Ten or from Fox. So they went all the way to the end to try to do it. And I think I think in a lot of ways they are always probably going to come, but they were just trying to push it to the last minute to get the best deal they could. That's at least certainly from Oregon's perspective. That I think that explains it. Because as the lead to my story is about how the Washington president texted the Washington board chair that Oregon is in, and that was kind of the final thing. And Oregon, in a lot of ways, was, I think, vocal in leading this pursuit to the Big Ten for the last year. And people were kind of confused when they read my story. Well, were they the last ones kind of the two? Why were they the party? I think it's because they wanted to get the best number, and they pushed it all the way to the end. From Washington's perspective, I don't really know, why the Washington president, Anna Marie, was not on board until late. But it was kind of back and forth. It was a really fluid situation over a 72-hour stretch, basically. That was probably got pretty crazy. I'm sure there's a lot of details that I didn't write that may one day emerge in documents or public records, because I think it was a fluid back and forth thing that was pretty chaotic.
I kind of got the sense, though, that the moment USC and UCLA left, am I off in saying that was basically the end? At that point, everyone, including Oregon and Washington, were looking for a way out?
Probably. I mean, the majority of folks you talk to, they do point to that. They point to that being kind of the first real domino that collapsed the rest. But it depends on who you talk to. Again, there's as I wrote in there, it's very much like a speculative kind of blame game that has been happening, trying to answer the question of who is to blame for the Pac-12's demise. And the answer is a lot of people, probably, in a lot of entities. So it depends on who you ask. Will tell you that it's the current commissioner, George Klavkoff's fault. And some will say, no, it's the previous commissioner, Larry Scott's fault. Though it's the school presidents as a whole and the board chairs the last few years. It's their fault. And then there are people, I think most of the people you speak to would point to USC and UCLA's decision as being the biggest, most significant kind of event. But then others point to Colorado. And I didn't write a ton about it in that story. It started getting a little long, but a lot of people that I talked to pointed to Colorado and believed that if Colorado doesn't leave, then they get a more traditional media deal, for linear, that is maybe not in the 30 millions, but it's certainly higher than the 23 million in his own linear. And so a lot of people blame them as well.
Interesting. So you think that if Colorado left, Oregon and Washington would have still gone to the Big Ten, but the Pac-12, as we know it, would have at least those 8 would have stayed together?
No. Colorado left, obviously, July 27th, and bids were due for the media deal, TV deal, on July 31st. So they left roughly 4 or 5 days before the deadline. And the thought by many is that if they stayed around Colorado, then for the media deal would have been a 2-option media deal. It would have been all streaming on Apple or it would have been a more traditional linear deal with some streaming. In that case, then all 10 potentially stay together.
Got it.
That is the thought.
Bigger deal in the deal, because I saw in one of your in the story, I forget who it was, but one of the ADs or the presidents called the deal an S deal. I mean, it's being pretty blunt. So was it a bigger deal, the 23 million, or was it the bigger deal that it was all streaming?
Well, I think it really was. This is a situation where it was very much both. It was kind of like a left hook and then a right hook with this situation. Because I think they would have, would they have all stayed together if it was a 23 million a year linear deal, traditional linear deal? Maybe. If it was an all streaming deal for 33 million instead of 30, maybe they stay together on that. But it's the fact that it was both. We have to all remember, George Kliavkoff said publicly, and I think said to the presidents, that the deal was, he kind of promised two things, right? The deal was going to be a mixture of linear streaming with at least one, if not two games, on linear every week, on Prime linear every week, like an ESPN or a Fox. And then the second thing is he said it'll beat the number, the annual distribution number will beat the Big 12, which is at 31 million. And in both of those situations, right, they failed. The deal failed to reach both of those expectations.
This is Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports. Why did the UW regent that you quoted, why did he say it was both of them or none, meaning Washington and Oregon? Why was Washington's wagon hitched to Oregon?
Yeah, it was made pretty clear by pretty much everybody I talked to that was the case. They didn't need to be two. It's just kind of, first of all, it gives you an even number. And it is tough when it comes to scheduling in a league to schedule an odd number. I don't know that anybody hasn't. I think one or two leagues maybe at one point did have an odd number, but it's pretty unusual. You see the realignment the last few years. The SEC will have 16, an even number, Big 12 16, ACC 18 with Notre Dame in football. Or counting Notre Dame with a partial football schedule. And then, of course, the Big Ten with 18. So it's just easier to schedule with even numbers. So you need an even number is what is the thinking there. And so that's one. And two, you've got two schools that have this incredible, as we saw last weekend, an incredible rivalry in series, and you want that to continue, you want the rivalry to continue. Someone pretty integral to the decision was quoted as saying, it would be best. It would be the best thing for both of those schools for them to stay together and stay in the same league.
And so we had USC was pissed. They didn't want him to come. Penn State didn't want him to come. Ohio State didn't want him to come. Did they have any say, or did everyone ultimately buckle? Like, what happened to the opposition with all those people that were the teams that were very adamant about not bringing Oregon and Washington on board?
Well, USC didn't have a vote, even though they were against it in UCLA. For that matter, the California schools each really were I think pushed back against it, but they didn't have a vote. They're not members of the league until next summer, so they really didn't have an official vote. So Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State, those were the ones that I think kind of had to be convinced, and all it took was a majority. So they didn't need unanimity. They could have voted like the ACC did, which was a 12-3 vote. The ACC needed 12 schools. The Big Ten, I don't remember how many they needed. It was similar. So even with the three being against it, I believe it was going to pass. So I think they just jumped on board. And then with Fox coming in with an extra 60 minutes. It was new money, so everybody else's shares, their distribution wasn't changing. So that really convinced a lot of them. But certainly, it was made very clear to me that at the outset, Michigan, Ohio State, and Penn State were very against this, and even to the very end, as I quoted somebody in there saying, Penn State was very, very much against it.
What kind of money is Oregon and Washington going to be making? So we were talking about $23 million per year was the Pac-12 offer, the S offer, as we put it. Then they get, I think, $30 million a year from the Big Ten until they get a new deal. And then what kind is that right? And then what kind of money will they be making upon the new deal in a ballpark?
Yeah, it's a 7-year deal that the Big Ten struck, and so each year, while everybody else in the league will make around probably $60 million in distribution, and so they'll start at 30, and it will increase $1 million each year through the course of the deal, and then the Big Ten will conceivably strike a new TV deal, and then they will get a full share of that TV deal. They will be included in a new television package, and they'll get a full share. So that'll happen in, 29 or 30 will be the start of the new contract. And so until then, they're going to have to go with half of a share, while their competitors are getting a lot more, getting double. So
yeah, but that
is certainly a financial hurdle.
Yeah, it seems like big money though. Come 29-30.
Well, you still get the NCAA. You'll get NCAA tournament money. You'll get college football playoff money by getting teams in. I'm assuming the Big Ten's going to get multiple teams in, so that'll bump it up.
And I would imagine do you think they're done expanding? Like, what's next?
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? Yeah, and you're right. They will get all of that other money, the NCAA tournament, the CFP, and trying to think, there's probably one other bucket. And usually that money just kind of depends. Obviously, it's spread across 18 more, or 4 more schools now. But usually, in the ACC's case, SMU and Cal, Stanford, they're getting that. They're in the ACC. They're getting a partial share or no share in SMU's case, and they're getting all that other money too. And usually, it amounts to $8 to $12 million a year. Is usually what kind of that amounts to in the ACC, at least. So you're still getting, you'll still be up there. But the problem is everybody else is getting that too. So you'll have to compete, and nobody knows the future. I mean, Big Ten could expand again. I don't necessarily expect that, but you never know. It's hard to predict. The ACC is, there's quite a few schools in the ACC who have said publicly they don't want to be in the ACC any longer. So that's something to watch for sure.
Ross Dellinger, Yahoo Sports. He's done a great job covering the demise of the Pac-12. We appreciate your time, Ross. Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Man, I still don't get this idea that Oregon and Washington were going to stay if Colorado stayed.
Yeah.
I still don't get that, because ultimately, even if you think you can stabilize the Pac-12, which they probably could have at, $30 million or whatever.
Sure.
The idea of getting 60, 70, 80 million
down the road
in 7 or 8 years when the Big Ten strikes its new TV deal, why wouldn't you?
There's just the idea that you could get them to hold on for a couple more years and then see what happens. But yeah, you were delaying the inevitable.
But if the Big Ten wants you, you go. She's pretty.
Yes.
Pretty girl.
Well, and that's why they said the moment after USC and UCLA left, Oregon and Washington immediately reached out to the Big Ten and made a presentation that said me. And everyone else would have too.
Right, but this idea, he's saying, look, there was some back and forth. It was wishy-washy. It was, Colorado doesn't go 5 days prior, then maybe they all stayed. I don't know if I'd buy any of that. And the whole idea of Washington and Oregon being tied at the hip,
That certainly sounds like that was the
That's
deal.
weird.
Yeah,
If
they
I'm
were-
Oregon, I don't care about Washington. I'm going.
Yeah. Sounds like they were definitely parting up.
And the same for Washington. If I'm Washington, I don't care about Oregon. I'm going if I've got a lifeline at the Big Ten.
some of that may have been bargaining chips too. Like, hey, we can stay.
Yeah.
But ultimately, he talks about in the piece, Oregon and Washington and everyone else wanted out, and Oregon and Washington were the ones that had the resources to make it happen.
All right, Ross Dellinger postgame show is next. Just a couple of thoughts about rivalries when we get back. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
I'm very confident.
Yeah.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, ALCS Game 3 coming your way from Arlington tonight. The Astros looking for their first win in the series against the Rangers. Max Scherzer back on the hill for Texas, his first start since the regular season when he exited with injury. Christian Javier starts for Houston, first pitch just after 5 o'clock over on FS1. Lots of injuries in the NFL. Colts owner Jim Irsay confirms that rookie quarterback Anthony Richardson will miss the rest of the season with his injured right shoulder. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson's dealing with a rotator cuff injury and can't put a timetable on his return. In the NFC West, Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray returned to practice for the first time since tearing his ACL last December. Arizona also designated Budda Baker to return from the IR as well. The Chiefs have acquired receiver McCole Hardman from the Jets in exchange for a 6th and 7th round pick in 2025. Hardman was drafted by Casey in 2019 and had played for them through last season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk. Watch and wager on pro and college football from across the country at Spirit Mountain Casino. Learn more at spiritmountain.com.
It's The Fan on FM. Go to 99.5 FM HD2 and enjoy high def 1080 The Fan.
Nick Suk here for the Big Ford store, Vancouver Ford, locally owned and #1 in customer service for the 6th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I send my family, my friends, my listeners to, because I know that they're going to be well taken care of and you won't find a better deal, period. Vancouver Ford is proud to represent my hometown, and I'm proud to stand behind them. Find them off Andreessen and SR 500 in the heart of Clark County or online at vancouverford.com.
Experience the ultimate venue for football fans at A. Enjoy the lights, sound, and splendor of the region's largest video wall and indulge in game day bites at the Stadium Sports Bar and Grill, or up the excitement at A Sportsbook, where you can wager on your favorite college and professional teams. From parlays to teasers, money lines, and props, A Sportsbook has the widest selection of bets and screens to enhance your fandom. A sounds like fun. A is committed to responsible gambling. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, please call the Washington State Gambling Helpline, 800-547-6133.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to
Wrapping up the Ross Dellinger stuff. So it sounds like Oregon and Washington, they're in a much stronger position in the Big Ten. They just are.
Yeah.
More exposure, but also it sounds like they can piece together $39 to $42 million until 2029 or 2030, when that could as much as double.
Unless there's further expansion and then, there's possibilities over the next 6 or 7 years that more money comes in. And again, you're putting in more money with college football playoff, the expanded playoff. More teams are going to get in. So, and ultimately, it's a case of you're getting out while the getting's good. And you would assume that Oregon and Washington have a place at the table no matter what, but this guarantees you a place at the table.
Yeah. So if you go 39 to 42 million for the next 6-7 years, the Big 12 stayed together, but they're still, everybody always talks about, the Big 12, what great moves. Well, they're still only in the 30 to 31, $32 million range.
Yeah.
And the Pac-12, if it stayed together, would be in that range. So long-term, it's a great move. Couple of, because it is about money, a couple of thoughts on the rivalry. Has the partnership with Washington, because in Dellinger's story, the UW Board of Regent guy called them frenemies.
Yeah.
Washington and Oregon.
Yeah.
Has their partnership in punting on the Pac-12 and moving to the Big Ten lessened the rivalry?
No.
Because they're going to be in this together in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
And if anything, shouldn't all of this further the hatred towards USC and UCLA, because they didn't want them in the Big Ten?
And the reason why USC didn't want, especially Oregon and Washington, but mainly Oregon, is USC thought that they could leave Oregon especially behind, and that the recruiting thing, they would take a hit staying in the crappy Pac-12. So USC was livid when Oregon came along. But no, it won't lessen. If anything, now that there's no Civil War, there's no Apple Cup. I mean, the end of the year, imagine the Oregon-Washington game, and as bitter as it is, and now we move it to Thanksgiving where the traditional rivalry games are. If anything, this is going to kick it into a higher gear. And there probably will be some years now where, I don't know necessarily the Big Ten title, but a shot in the college football expanded playoff is going to be on the line. You're going to be recruiting for West Coast recruits again with one another. Now, this isn't going to do anything. Maybe from a university standpoint, maybe the two end up like being more kind of frenemies, but from a fan and a player standpoint, no, this does nothing to decrease that rivalry.
I was thinking back to when Washington, Washington and Oregon are regional rivals anyway, but a lot of the heat from that rivalry started because Washington voted against Oregon way back in whatever year that was.
Yeah.
Same thing here with USC.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because they didn't want you in the Big Ten. Those games, and I agree, Oregon and Washington, I mean, it's just always going to be a rivalry. But those games against USC,
that should have a little more juice.
They should.
Yeah.
And Penn State, he mentioned Penn State.
Yeah. Well, and Penn State and those people, none of them wanted those to come in, because why would you want a top 10 and top 20 recruiter, those two teams coming in? Like, no one wants, Penn State doesn't want to have to go through those teams again. They know you're just adding, two more, actually 3 or 4 if you count UCLA. You're adding 4 really good and 3 elite programs to your schedule or to your conference slate. Of course, Penn State doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, I just think you're going to want to make sure. I just think it adds a little extra juice for Oregon and Washington to do better in the Big Ten than USC and UCLA.
I just love the idea of USC. It's like USC didn't invite you to their big fancy party. Like USC got an invite to the big swanky Hamptons party, and they're like, those hillbillies up in Eugene can't come, and those wet blanket Seattleites. And then the party happens and you just show up anyways. You're like, hey guys, hey, you got invited too? Cool. Yeah, we're here. That just pisses USC off. And that's phenomenal. So if anything, I'm with you. I think it adds a little something to the USC one, and maybe like a Penn State, Ohio State thing. But for the Oregon, Washington, the hatred will always be there. There's a begrudging respect. But the hatred will always be there. It's like, hey, we were frenemies for a brief time because we needed each other to get to where we're going. And now that we're there, screw you, I'm back to hating you. And Vancouver Ford text line does point it out. Without Fox kicking in the money, this wouldn't have happened. Ultimately, what got the thing over the hump there was Fox kicking in the $60 extra million, and no one's shares had to be split. The remaining Big Ten schools were not going to split the pie 2 more ways. So when Fox came in and said, sure, here's an extra $60 million a year, 30 to Oregon, 30 to Washington, that was enough to get it over the finish line.
All right, up next, another example of why Oregon's program is in great hands. It's 3:45 on the Fan.
What's your opinion?
It's thick, it's meaty.
The AAA Heating and Cooling poll question gives you a chance to vote on the hottest topics of the day, according to Isaac and Sue.
They were more excited than I was because I did it.
Brought to you by AAA Heating and Cooling, a family business helping families for over 50 years. Visit AAAIAQ.com. The AAA Heating and Cooling poll question. Vote now on Twitter at 1080 The Fan.
Papa Murphy's. Change the way you pizza.
Why didn't anyone laugh at the oak tree? His jokes were acorny. It's a
Let's go to the Vancouver Ford text line for our conversation. Somebody said it's like Sook showing up at Joey Harrington's house.
Oh, yeah. Joey's having a party, and he didn't invite me, but someone else did.
So USC got the invite to the Big Ten party. They didn't invite Oregon and Washington.
No.
But somebody else did. And Oregon and Washington show up and go, aha! Much like you to Joey, aha!
Dude,
And he'd be like, who invited you? He'd be like, the neighbors.
Yeah, the neighbors. Sorry, man. What do you want?
I ran into him at a Timbers game.
Here I am.
And they wanted to piss you off.
Thanks, Ferguson's. Joey, I'll see you at your holiday party coming up here in about a month and a half or so.
Somebody else said Oregon State and Washington State are literally just trying to show up to the ACC or Big 12 party and get invited to.
See how that. We'll see how that works.
Somebody else, they said, I'm streaming, so I'm a little behind, but I was at the game last weekend. Definitely the friendliest border war game I've been to. Even when people gave each other S, it always ended with FUSC.
I will say that I can concur with that.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
so it has kind of lessened the rivalry already.
It was a little weird because I told you we were going up and we went up with a bunch of Huskies, and my gal who went to Oregon, my special lady friend, and we decided collectively that it was just best not to wear Oregon gear. We were like, yeah, let's, not put a target on our back. We saw plenty of Duck people, including some people that were mingled in our section, and I'm telling you, it was...
Hey, we hate you, but
yeah,
let's rally around this other villain.
It was just weird. It was not like, it just wasn't as bloodthirsty as I've seen in years past, and it really wasn't that bad. Even amongst the tailgates, and after the game, I was like, oh boy, here it comes, and it didn't happen. Now, I wonder, had Oregon won in that same fashion, maybe it would have been a little bit different, but I'll say all in all, it was a frenemy, intense game, but it was not like a blood feud. And that was one game, but that was that.
Well,
I agree with that guy's statement.
A lot's changed.
Yeah.
Maybe the rivalry has too, a little bit.
I don't know.
Somebody else said Oregon's been pilfering a lot of the best defensive recruits from LA.
That is true.
USC has been pretty butthurt.
Well,
and yeah, that's what I wanted to get to here is that I teased by saying another example of Oregon's program in good hands. They just landed 5-star defensive lineman Aiden Breland.
Yeah.
Who committed over the weekend over Georgia and Miami. Yeah. He's going to Oregon. It's the first time they've landed the top player from California since Kayvon Thibodeau. And Andrew Nemec, our recruiting insider, says that Oregon is likely to land another 5-star edge rusher, Elijah Rushing, soon. 2 5-star linemen along the defensive front. Giddy up.
There is a possibility. And again, it's early on, and people have to put pen to paper. Remember, these are just verbal commitments. But there is some talk that Oregon could land the number 1 defensive class, not overall, but could end up as a top 5, top 6 recruiting class and have the number 1 defensive class in the country.
Wow.
And this is why USC did not want them to come to the Big Ten. USC thought that they could have a big advantage in recruiting, saying, we're in the Big Ten, we're with the big boys, they're at the poor kids table. And Oregon, even with the smaller piece of the pie, Oregon can now say, we play in the same league you do. And right now, I think that really scares USC because they are getting beaten on the recruiting trail, especially when it comes to defensive players. And what's the one thing that USC can't do right now? Yeah, they can't play defense.
Yeah. And I think, too, a lot of this criticism of Dan Lanning, which some of it warranted from his decisions in the Washington game, I still think this is a big reason why Oregon's program is at its highest level.
Yeah.
Because even Mario Cristobal was recruiting his ass off here. Yep. This is another level of that.
Yes, it is.
Chip Kelly, when Chip Kelly had things cruising, and I know Oregon Duck fans love Chip Kelly, and what a moment in time, those several years where that offense was cooking.
It's unbelievable.
That was great, but when they met the big boys from the SEC,
they lost.
They were on a different level.
Yep.
I think that's changing, and it starts in the trenches, and I just think that's far more sustainable, and that's why I say I'm not saying this is the best team Oregon's ever had, but I think the program is at the highest level it's ever been holistically.
I will say this. When me and my buddy were walking around before the UW game up there at Husky Stadium, we were walking around, and the physical... I remember a couple times, like when Oregon played Ohio State, Oregon was a very physical football team, but there was a difference when you saw Ohio State walk in and when you saw Oregon walk in. It just was. And when I was walking around, and kind of say this for both sides because UW was pretty impressive too, but especially from Oregon, I do think that when you look at the bodies, you look at the shapes, they're starting to look different. This is starting to look more like what we saw when they played Ohio State.
Well, I thought the game looked different.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Yeah. When you
They've
start
got some big studs up front.
Yeah, when you start to look at some of the size, and going back to the Chip Kelly thing, I remember after they played LSU, and it didn't go so well. And someone brought up to Chip, and I thought Chip actually handled it pretty well, but someone brought up the fact that, Oregon was small, fast, and athletic, and, LSU was bigger. And Chip goes, I'm trying to find the guys that are big and athletic and fast, but he goes, it's really hard. He goes, he pointed at LSU and he goes, you don't think I want guys like that? Of course I do. He said they're hard to find.
Remember the same thing in the Auburn national championship game? They had the Nick Fairleys and the Cam Newtons, and it's like you're rolling out Jeff Mail and Darren Thomas. They just don't look the same.
And you're starting to see that turn. And to your point, yes, if you want to win national championships, especially in the 12-team college playoff world, because you went through this. Remember, like if the 12-team playoff went down like right now, you would basically have to get through. You'd have to get through like Washington, and then you'd have to get through Ohio State or Texas, and then get through Michigan.
You have to get through 4.
Yeah, like
really good teams.
Really good teams.
Top 10 teams.
And if you want to do that, and you the top 20, top 25 recruits, you can put together a fine team, but Bartu will tell you, you got to be recruiting in the top 10, at least the top 12. And you got to be one of the top 2 or 3 in your conference. And yes, when you look at what they're doing on the recruiting trail, and this is ultimately, remember why they the whole, why didn't they hire Wilcox, or when they were trying to make decisions on who to hire, whether it's Cristobal or Lanning or whatever. I think someone at Oregon figured it out that yes, you need an X's and O's coach. You need someone that's dialed in. But if you ultimately want to get where you need to go, you have to find someone that puts an emphasis on recruiting, and you have to be able to go out and get those difference makers. And right now, Oregon is doing it. And that makes you feel really good going into the Big Ten or anywhere you go.
All right, we'll have Oregon coach Dan Lanning on our show. Talk more about all this stuff tomorrow. He'll be on at 4 for his weekly chat. Up next, corny fat fraud versus best in the NFL on The Fan. Catch ACC football action this weekend on Portland CW. Number 10, North Carolina hosts Virginia. Both teams coming off dubs last week. Kickoff at 3:30 on Portland CW, your home for local sports.
North Carolina, I think the only game I won last weekend in my picks, so thank you, Tar Heels.
Yeah, we combined. I was just going through that today because Roppin' the Bank is on Fridays.
Yep.
The three of us combined last week.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
We went 2-12.
Yeah.
So that's not very good. But still, call our 1-900 number. Critical information. I'd like to go 5-0.
Ow! I would like to go 5-0 as well, but it didn't happen. I'm going to bet on my Liberty tonight, though.
Liberty what?
The Liberty, baby. WNBA Finals.
Aren't they starting right now?
Oh.
Look, you sexist bastard. You don't even know.
You're telling me the WNBA Finals is going on right now?
Right now.
Right now.
My Liberty, our Sabrinas.
Dude.
The fighting Sabrinas are down.
If you would have pulled out your sports gun and put it directly to my temple and said, Rob, you have two choices.
Mm-hmm.
Which is it? The WNBA Finals are going on or the WNBA season just started. I would have chosen the latter and I would be dead.
Really?
Yeah. I thought... I don't know. That's what I would have chosen.
You big jerk.
Yeah. I don't watch the WNBA.
Well, here's the rule of thumb
I'm sorry.
you can kind of follow from this point forward. It's
Or
that
am I?
they try to have their season almost directly counter to the NBA so
Yes.
that you have pro
Right.
basketball all the time. So
Right,
they
but
always wrap up
That's
right before the
their
first
whole
start.
thing was we got next. So when the NBA season is
Yeah.
over, here comes the WNBA, and when the NBA is ramping up, then they're
Yeah.
going away.
I now know that.
It's the defending champs, the Las Vegas Aces, versus our fighting
How about
Sabrinas.
Vegas just getting to all sorts of finals
I know.
with all their teams
Yeah,
and whatnot.
And they got Tom Brady now.
What do you mean?
Tom Brady's one of the part owners
Of the Aces?
of the Aces. But I'm a full Liberty guy, so hey, tonight they fight off
Is that Sabrina?
the fighting Sabrinas. Way to pay attention. And
All
by
right.
the way, according to WNBA.com, the most watched Game 3 in 18 years.
They've had 18 years of the WNBA Finals?
You are correct.
I think they also
Wow.
have the... Was Brianna Stewart the MVP? I think they might have the MVP.
She was the
There
MVP.
we go.
Who's that?
Our fighting Sabrinas or our fighting Brianna Stewarts.
One of the Gino Auriemma disciples out of UConn.
She's the UConn ladies.
She hot?
That's up for you to decide. I'm not here. You know what? I'm not here to
Can I
be
ask that anymore?
sexist. No, you can't.
She has a partner and a baby, and they are very happy.
It's between the eye of the beholder.
Right.
She's very good at basketball.
Right.
But we need a big performance tonight to force a Game 5 for our Liberty.
So it's a 5-game series?
It is a 5-game series.
And my Aces are up 2-1?
They were up 2-0, though, and the Liberty took Game 3, so now we're hoping to make this
All right.
a winner-take-all.
Well, that's great to know. Now to the NFL. I saw this little graphic and found it very interesting. This is, in the headline of it was, corny fat fraud versus best in the NFL. So you can imagine who this is talking about.
Corny fat fraud.
But I'm going to give you stats of player A, player B. It's one of those things.
Okay.
And if this isn't a lesson in stats don't tell the whole story, I don't know what is. Touchdowns, player A, 12, player B, 11.
All right.
Interceptions, player A, 4, player B, 5. Quarterback rating, player A, 99, player B, 95. Defensive points per game, player A, 32nd, player B, 2nd. Record, player A, 1-5, player B, 5-1. I would imagine you know who those players are by now.
5-1, 1-5.
Yep.
Who's
I'm going to say the 5-1 is Mahomes.
Correct.
Well, that would make sense. Who's 1-5?
But has better stats
But has
than
better
Patrick
stats
Mahomes.
than Patrick Mahomes.
Russ?
Oh.
Is
there
that
you
right?
go.
Corny fat fraud.
Corny fat
Oh, see, I
fraud
got the
versus
corny part.
Best in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about that?
Orange, let's ride.
Russell Wilson, 12 tutties. Patrick Mahomes, 11. Russell Wilson, 4 picks. Patrick Mahomes, 5. Quarterback rating, Russell Wilson, 99. Patrick Mahomes, 95.
Well, I'll be damned. Well, and we have talked about on this very program right here that Russell Wilson is not the biggest problem in Denver. But I forget who it was. I wish I could give him credit, but I thought this was very well put. He said, right now, Russell Wilson is not the problem in Denver, but he will never be the solution in Denver. And I thought that was very well put.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yes, that he has.
Well, he's too old.
Yeah, he's too old and he's just lost a step.
Like,
and
he's not going to fix that situation regardless at this point.
They need to find a way, although they really can't. They need to find a way to just move on. And Russ would be better off going to a place where he wouldn't have to try to save anything. Like the Jets this year, for instance. Like I know financially it doesn't work and the dead money and all that, but like had Aaron Rodgers gone down, well, he did go down. And you could like magically transport a quarterback that another team didn't want, Russ would have been a good fit. Although, God, can you imagine how insufferable he'd be in New York? He'd probably just melt down because he'd be like, finally, I'm in New York. I get to be a star. And I think you can say this about Patrick Mahomes, and certainly you can say it about Jalen Hurts. We talked about this yesterday. Neither one of those guys who were the Super Bowl quarterbacks last year, MVP type guys, neither one of them is lighting the world on fire. Have you seen Jalen Hurts' numbers?
Yeah, I saw that he has 7 picks.
I think, and 7 touchdowns. You want to talk about Patrick Mahomes having a weird year stat-wise? Jalen Hurts' numbers are worse than Patrick Mahomes.
And I think he had 6 all of last year.
Yeah, I saw Micah Parsons going off because he thought Dak was catching too much crap when someone in their own division in Jalen Hurts wasn't getting any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
it's all about record.
Yeah. I mean, that's all anyone cares about. But it is one of those things that, corny, fat, overrated versus, greatest of all time. There is an element of that when you have your reputation like cemented, we struggle with giving praise where we don't feel praise is due because we've already labeled you a piece of crap. And when you're great and you struggle, we have a hard time criticizing you because, well, he's great. Well, that's fine. He was great.
Yeah, we want to validate those original opinions.
Yeah. So
meanwhile, it ebbs and flows.
Exactly. And look, I'm not saying that Hurts is bad, but I do think this is a fair question to ask Philadelphia and the NFL in general. So we take out Hurts' first year where he didn't play much, right? He was a spot guy. So Hurts comes in that second year, and it was the idea of let's see what we have, right? And he completed 61% of his passes. He had 6 touchdowns, 9 picks, and a quarterback rating of 87. And we were kind of like, like maybe there's something there. It's like, hey, do we draft a quarterback? Do we go with Hurts? And they were like, let's see what Hurts has. We're gonna give him another year. And then Hurts comes in there and he completes 67% of his passes, throws for 4,000 yards, 22 touchdowns, 6 picks, has all the running success, should have been the MVP had he not gotten hurt, leads them to the Super Bowl, damn near wins the Super Bowl on one of the great losing performances of all time. We give him $1 gajillion. He has 102 quarterback rating. And we're like, Jalen Hurts is one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks in the NFL. Well, now we go to this year. Completing about 65% of his passes, 1,500 yards, 7 picks, 7 interceptions, 84 rating.
Wow.
So we asked the question, which one is Jalen Hurts? Is it the first year and this year, or is it the MVP-ish Super Bowl year?
Is it possible that he's, like many quarterbacks, beholden to who his offensive coordinator is?
It's possible.
I mean, Steichen left. He went to the Colts.
Yep.
Same thing we were talking about yesterday with Herbert.
Yeah. Who was his rookie? Steichen was Herbert's OC his rookie year. And you can make the argument that's as good as Herbert's looked.
The other thing, too, is McDaniel, going to Miami. Look what he's done for Tua.
Yes. Completely changed him.
So these quarterbacks, they even the good ones, not necessarily the elite guys.
Yeah.
Rodgers is going to be good wherever he goes.
Sure.
Or Brady when he was playing.
Yeah.
And Mahomes probably. But it would be interesting to see Mahomes with a whole different staff. Like, let's say Mahomes is on a bad team. Is Mahomes what we think of Mahomes now? No, I don't think he is. And look at Watson and how different he looks when he switched teams. And that's a guy we thought was elite.
Yeah, just even putting him in like middle teams. Like, what if you put Mahomes on the Saints or something like that? What does that even look like?
I don't know.
I'd be fascinated. But he's right now, if you had to give me 2 guys that I would just roll the dice with, health-wise, I think it's Joe Burrow and it's Patrick Mahomes. I would take them, and then I'd give me a side of Josh Allen. Just close. I think those 3 guys, I'm not going to say you could put them on garbage teams because garbage teams are garbage teams. You're going to get lit up anyways. But if you put any one of those guys on a middle-of-the-road team, I think you're getting elite results. And I'm not certain that there's another quarterback in the league that you could say that about.
Well, I mean, you just mentioned Hurts. We just thought he was the bee's knees, and now suddenly he's not.
And he may be. Maybe he pulls out of this. But look, I'm just saying it's.
Hey, let me read their schedule.
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
I'm guessing it gets nasty.
Well, they're lucky. They almost got out of the first 6-0.
6-0.
But they're not.
No.
They lost to the Jets. They went 5-1. So they're lucky to go 5-1. Listen to their schedule. So they host Miami this week.
Ooh, that's tough.
Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
That's going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're at Washington. Okay. But that's a team they've already beaten once. And remember, Washington beat them last year in Philly. That's a division rival.
Yeah.
Then Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco, Dallas, Seattle.
Whew. Boy,
That's a
meat grinder.
That's a gauntlet.
Yeah, it is.
You're basically getting each of the top 4 other best teams in the league.
Yeah.
In Miami, Kansas City, Buffalo, and San Francisco.
Oh, damn. That is nasty.
So we'll find out a lot about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. And
then they get the Giants twice at the end of the year.
yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine.
And Arizona.
But it's like what we mentioned with the golf handicap. Is that is where you're at your very best. It doesn't mean that's where you're at all times. And I think sometimes the quarterbacks, we fall into that trap where we're like, well, we've seen him be great, so he needs to be great every time. And the reality is that's not really the case. I certainly think that's with Cousins and Dak and with people like that. We accept that, but once you reach a certain point and we see true greatness, and last year Hurts, especially in the Super Bowl, damn, he was good. Like they should have, if their defense had shown up at all, and he got Mahomes because that guy just seems to show up no matter what. It's like once we see that, we just cannot accept that there ever is going to be a backslide. And I just wonder how long this has to go on with Hurts being I hate to say it right now, but a very middle of the road quarterback before someone raises their hand and says, dude, what did we just pay $50 million for?
By the way, somebody brings up what I think may be a decent point is Mahomes lost his OC, right? Didn't Bieniemy?
Yeah, Bieniemy.
He's in Washington now, and Mahomes does not look nearly, at least so far, his statistics are not nearly as good.
His receivers are also abysmal.
Yeah, it's not good.
I mean, he has Kelsey, but everyone else.
Andy Reid, that is an Andy Reid offense, and Andy Reid is the play caller, but it is true. Bieniemy has been there through all of those successes, and we just kind of thought, wow, it's Andy Reid, but maybe there's maybe there is something to Bieniemy leaving.
All right, today in Old Men Yelling at the Clouds is next on The Fan. Okay, Michael Cooper said, I didn't like it. I didn't like that at all. Again, he's LeBron James, but still, you got to have the respect for the game, man. He's sitting over there. I don't mind the guy eating, but go eat in the locker room. And then when you come out and be a part of the team, not just sit at the end of the bench eating.
Okay. Look, I love Michael Cooper. Michael Cooper was a great defensive specialist, was a part of those teams. He's arguably the greatest player of all time. I just, you're going to be critical of the way that guy like runs his body and runs that team. Okay, Coop. And maybe just keep that one to yourself. Just saying.
Okay, who's worse, that or this? This is from Inside USC on Twitter. A former USC All-American attended the USC Notre Dame game.
What was he pissed about?
Quote, I'm having a tough time with the guys on the sideline waving towels and jumping up and down. This is not the USC that I know. We weren't cheerleaders. We whipped you because we were prepared to play.
Oh, my God.
I was embarrassed. End quote.
You know what I'm embarrassed about?
Who's worse?
The USC guy.
Yeah, worse than Coop?
That's worse than Coop.
All right.
And I feel like USC's been jumping around waving towels for as long as I can remember.
Don't all teams do that?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're now upset that the USC bench
is getting hyped
for their team and waving towels.
They didn't do that in the OJ days.
Not in my day. That's not the way we showed up and we kicked your ass and we stayed silent.
They were killing people.
My God. Like the Cooper one, I mean, at least he acknowledged it. So he was like, hey, that's LeBron James. It's like, who am I? But the USC guy, back in the day, we didn't do that. Cool, man. Awesome. You know what also they didn't do back in the day? You know, that notion that that's like being mad at someone for like having a cell phone. Back in my day, we weren't on our cell phone. Yeah, you didn't have them. I don't know what you want. Like, you know, back in the day, USC also didn't have black guys on their team. And John Wayne thought it was fantastic. Like, things evolve, things change. And you're literally talking about waving a towel.
Well, as Deal says, you know, calm down, Coop. At least the 80s Lakers kept their cocaine in the locker room. It's a decent point.
Well, that is true.
You know?
Yeah. That's, you know, you
Same
kept,
thing.
You kept that away from everybody.
Yeah.
You know, you made it nice on a little mirror in the back, but you didn't bring it out to the bench.
I mean, LeBron's fueling up with, you know, fine foods. Those guys were fueling up with booger sugar.
Let me just say this. If you are an old player and you're getting ready to say, if the following comes into your mind, we didn't do this back, just whatever is coming after that, just shut up. Just stop. It's like sometimes with your wife, you ever catch yourself, you're starting to say something and you just instantly realize like that, no matter what is about to come out, it's going to be bad. You just stop. That's an old player thing.
Yeah, people don't really catch themselves.
No.
So, you know, they don't.
Back in my, I try really hard not to do that.
Coop's got opinions.
Yeah.
And I'll be damned if you're going to silence him.
I think about that sometimes because like when people talk about two-a-days, right, in football, like I played when two-a-days were awful. Like high school, when we played like in high school, there was like that was back like when water, you still were a candy ass. Hey, you drinking water? What are you, gay? Like that was the notion. Yeah, you're like, oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, go over with your boyfriend. Like that was like a thing that was said. What, you need water? What are you doing taking your helmet off for practice?
Yeah, hydrating made you a giant wimp.
Seriously. It's like, dude, it's 102. Can I take my helmet off? Hell no. Toughen up.
Back in the day now.
And you would go for 2 straight weeks, 2 practices a day, all in pads. And now there's none of that. Like, and so like this idea that somehow we were tougher and that was better. That is like, you hear guys like, well, back when I played, we were real men. Were we? Or were we just dumb and we had to listen to idiot coaches that didn't know what they're doing? Don't begrudge someone because they're playing in a better era.
I'll tell you what, you know who's rolling over in his grave right now? The great Bear Bryant.
Yes.
You have pissed him off from the other side,
Oh,
sir.
I mean, Newt Rockne probably as well, Bo Schembechler.
Well, Mike Riley played for Bear Bryant, and he's the one that told us that you couldn't have water.
No.
He would not allow you to have water.
It was weakness.
Yeah.
And same thing with NIL, right? It's like people like, oh my, these kids today, they're getting trucks and their food and they're allowed to make money. Yeah, that's awesome. You wish you could do it. All that comes from is you're bitter that you didn't get to. I wish more than anything that there were limits to how many padded practices you could have, or that I could get money from a booster, but I couldn't. And so it doesn't give me the right then to go out there and be like, well, back when we played, Rob, we were real men. we took salt tablets and we rubbed some dirt on it and some painkillers, and then we went out and practiced 36 straight padded practices.
Yeah, and then the whole NIL thing, like and I saw this on Twitter yesterday. Why are so many people so concerned with what 0.01% of the collegiate population is getting? What is it of consequence to you?
Because I didn't get it. I didn't get it that way. I also love this guy because we get this one on the Vancouver Ford text line all the time. It doesn't happen as much anymore because, it's accepted now with NIL, but I went to college. I didn't get anything. I went to college and I earned my way through. I delivered pizzas and I paid my own way. These spoiled brats. I would have given anything to have a free education. That's always my favorite. So again, because you would have been happy taking a scholarship, therefore, that kid should also shut up and take his scholarship and stop with this. I want something more.
The kids are soft these days.
Bunch of pansies.
Handed everything.
Wait, can I say that?
Yeah, you can. Getting a lot of listeners this way. All the old guys are like, yeah, Suk,
yeah,
mistake.
let's go. I look at the way football was run back when I played. It is embarrassing how stupid and pointless any of that stuff was. The amount of things we did to prove that we were tough. They would line us up like two guys and they'd put us on the ground like helmet to helmet or a couple yards apart, and then they just threw someone the ball and you rolled over and then speared each other. And somehow that was like, that's real football right there. You willing to break your neck? You willing to get a concussion? Yeah.
Yeah, bull in the ring. Just get there and hit that guy as hard as you can over and over again.
Yeah, I got knocked out at New Mexico. Literally knocked out. Finished the game because why not? And you know what? Apparently after the game, everyone thought that I was heroic. They're like, man, that's a Sukana kid. That's a tough son of a gun right there. Was anyone concerned that he was knocked out? Yeah, but he got back up. We gave him some smelling salts. And does he remember the game? No, but I'll tell you what, that's how tough he was.
Kidding me, that tough SOB's got 2 more quarters in him.
What's worse, if I start something by saying back in my day, or I don't want to sound racist, but
boy, that's tough. I'm gonna go with racist.
Yeah, it's still worse.
It's still worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other one. If you say, I'm not homophobic, I'm not racist, I'm not whatever. If you're qualifying.
I'm not sexist, but I don't watch the
Or
WNBA.
I don't want to sound sexist, but it's because you're not even saying I'm not. You're just like, I don't want to sound this way.
This shouldn't sound sexist, but man, that WNBA.
Just and the best is when you're hanging out with someone and they say that, you're just like, oh boy. You just like, you sit down and you start buckling the seatbelt. You're like, this is going to be something. And then every now and then it even surpasses what you're expecting. Like you hear it and you're like, whoa. I'm sure with the Israeli-Palestine thing going on right now, I bet you there's a lot of that. I bet you someone's like, hey, have you been paying attention? That's mine right now. If someone says to me, hey, have you been paying attention to what's going on in Israel? Stop right there. I don't want to know what's coming next because I doubt it's going to be a nuanced thing that's going to enlighten me or lead to a healthy discussion. It's just going to be something that probably shocks and scares me and makes me think less of you. So,
well, we wonder why people have become more reclusive and guilty.
Just be quiet.
It's a big reason why. We should all just shut up.
Gonna go over here now.
All right, in the news is coming up next. Hey, I know you've been waiting for this, but the long-awaited opening of the Ritz-Carlton is here. We have a date.
Is it finally here?
Yep. You can buy your condo that you can't afford.
Not many have.
So that's coming up next. First, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the SportsCenter update brought to you by Big's Chicken. Try their smoked and fried wings tossed with a perfect dry rub and served with a killer trio of sauces online at bigschicken.com. First on the Fan, in Arlington tonight, Game 3 of the AL
say that I'm a little surprised Derek Jeter is a broadcaster now.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
they probably paid him a bunch of money to not do much of anything.
Yeah, but he got into the ball game as part owner, and then that ended, and then a GM, and then that ended, and now he's in broad. I don't know. He just seems like the Brady Manning type that would be above that.
Well,
you know?
I don't think I've long said this because you see Jim Boeheim is
he's going to be a broadcaster.
Yeah, because there was no one that hated the media quite like Jim Boeheim.
Yeah, boy, that's an interesting one.
Right, and Bob Knight did this. You know, it just Chip Kelly did this. Chip Kelly was a horse's ass to the media. Now he's gotten a lot better.
Hey, will you shut up?
But when Chip got canned, what did Chip go and do? Went and joined the media. I just love the hypocrisy of all these guys that hate the media until they're done, and it's a good paycheck. It keeps you around the game, and it scratches the itch. And my guess is that's for Jeter is. You know, if you're Derek Jeter, how bored do you get? It keeps you around baseball.
I get it.
Make a good chunk of money, and you get to kind of have your name out
I'm not
there.
being critical. I just think that he seems like the type that would just, I don't know, there was a lore about him that would like go away, and you wouldn't see much of him.
I actually thought the same thing about Brady. I was surprised that he was like.
See, I think the Tim Duncans of the world, although Tim is back in
That's a good example.
But like Tim Duncan, Barry Sanders, I think the people that are able to do that, I think that is the exception. That is not the rule.
Yeah, and that's why I thought Jeter was.
Yeah.
Jeter's pretty special dude. Like he's, I thought he was in the exception category, but he's not.
He just seemed like a ride off into the sunset.
He's just so mid.
It's interesting too. You know, he left that Marlins because of ownership and the whole thing, and their first female GM,
Kim Yang.
She just left for basically the exact same words that Derek Jeter used to leave is what she used. So just keep an eye on that situation down in Miami. We may have potential for, some of the worst ownership in all of baseball because you ran off two really smart, bright baseball people for the exact same reason within a couple years of each other.
It is October 18, 2023. It is time now for In the News. I am your noted and lovable newsman.
Not carbon neutral.
Not carbon neutral.
Who said you were lovable? When did we decide on that?
I dubbed myself
lovable. Okay, that's fair.
Lovable.
That's what people do now.
I believe they're calling him now lovable and huggable. So
That's right.
And juicy.
National No Beard Day.
No beard?
Correct.
Oh, well, we're screwed.
Yes, we all three have
that's going to be a
beards.
problem for this show.
Yeah, that's an issue. Although I think you were first, right?
With the beard?
Yeah,
I've had a beard for a while.
Yeah, you've had one for long,
Many
long time.
years.
I don't know how long I've had a beard for. As long as I can remember. My wife has never seen me without one.
Oh, so look, this show is full bearded.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to celebrate No Beard Day.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It is also Love Your Body Day.
Ooh.
Maybe I did this morning. I
Have
don't know.
you loved your body today?
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Do you ever just look in the mirror and you're like, yeah?
All the time. Never gets old.
I'm amazed at how many people film themselves at the gym now. And then
They film themselves?
all the time.
In the mirror?
In the mirror,
Doing
they
what?
set up tripod. I don't know, but there is.
They go back and watch it.
That's the only thing I can think of. Like, what are you doing? It is there. I don't think there is a day goes by where I don't go to the gym and I don't see at least one person who is filming their workout.
What?
It's very strange. So there are plenty of people loving their body out there. I can assure you of that. The youngs, they love it.
For some reason, we're getting a Ritz-Carlton downtown.
Yeah.
They said that the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which I would assume would feature our fearless leader, Tear Gas Ted Wheeler.
One would think.
Will be October 31st.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. They've had a bunch of delays, and they are really struggling to sell the condos.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Stunning.
I got a buddy of mine who's waiting on some price drops. He just keeps watching it, and no one's buying it. No, he's like, come to Papa. He's just waiting for the bottom to
It
drop
says
out.
they're 1.3 million to 8 million. There's 132 condos.
They're already less than 1.3.
Yeah. Under $1 million you can get in there?
I think it's probably right about that. I think it may be in the high 9s because there's like studios, 1s, 2s, and 3s, and there aren't many that are sold.
May have to open my wallet.
I get live updates all the time from my guy. He's like, just need a few more months, few more. Come on.
Southwest 9th and Washington is where it's located. $600 million to build it. 35 stories. It has a restaurant on the 20th floor, and they're saying $575 a night for a room.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Do we know when the decision was to break ground on the whole thing? Because I got to imagine at some point they wanted to pull the plug on this thing, and they were just too far committed.
Well, I think they sold. Actually, I think they had to sell a couple buildings in order to keep it. It's been tough. I know it's been tough. So.
Well, that's Marriott, right? They got a bunch of money.
I don't know who owns.
I think it's Marriott.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marriott owns everything. That's the thing is you see all these hotels and all these brands.
Yeah.
It's all Marriott.
Yeah, but it's not like it's the Courtyard by Marriott. It's not the Ritz by Marriott.
And then the Hilton. It's Marriott and Hilton.
Yeah.
It does say that Marriott International owns the Ritz or owns Ritz.
Yeah, they're yeah. They got plenty of money.
They'll be fine.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
But you know that has to hurt when you decided to break ground all those years ago, and then you get hit with the pandemic, and then the homeless thing, and all that. You're
well,
like,
maybe they're getting in on the ground floor. You know.
I felt the same kind of.
Nowhere to
I
go
felt
but
bad
up.
for like small businesses opening restaurants and bars and things like that at that time. That would have just been brutal.
Yeah. Like, whoops.
Is ghosting a thing in Oregon? Did you ask that? You asked that.
I did ask that. Like,
Yeah.
what kind of ghosting? Are we
Well,
talking
like
about,
showing up, not showing up for a date.
Oh.
You know, like
not like hunting ghosts.
Yeah. I thought you were
No,
talking
no.
about like Mike Lynch ghost sex, but.
no, like you're supposed to meet somebody.
Oh, I'm sure that's a thing everywhere, right?
Well, I'm saying relative to the other states, where does Oregon rank?
I don't know. I would like to think that we're nicer than most.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Or do you think we're terrible and we
No.
ghost everybody?
Here's
think
the
we're
other
good.
thing. I think that people in Oregon often want to be cozy, and if the weather's bad, that's going to deter people from going out. So I think people ghost more often because they're like, nah, I'm good. I'm going
Or
to
is
stay
it
here.
to just send a message and be like, hey,
It's not, but people do it.
Not coming.
Interesting. Well, I will tell you, I have the stats.
I can't wait to see.
Because that's what I'm here for, as your noted newsman.
Damn right.
We'll have that next on The Fan.
You can count on me.
It's time.
This is in the news here on The Fan, October 18, 2023. Tomorrow will be the 19th, which is crazy. And then after that, it'll be the 20th and
21st.
Then we're off and
so
running.
forth.
Before you know it, it's 2025.
Yeah, I had to put up the Halloween lights.
You have Halloween lights?
Yeah, like we change out like the light bulbs to like be spooky. They're like,
Are they black?
they're like purple and orange, and then like I don't know. I just get told what to do, and I'm like, sure, here I can unscrew some things, and like you put up like a string of like bat lights. I don't know. As you can tell, I'm really into it. I don't ask questions. It's like, hey, can you do this? It takes me like 10 minutes. Sure, I got you.
Yep, you're give up dad.
Pretty much.
Like the rest of us.
Well, yeah, it's like there's certain
just
things.
wear you down.
Yeah, you're like whatever.
Fine.
What do I have
Fine.
to do?
Where do you want them?
Yeah, there you go.
By the way, what is happening here before we get back to the ghosting news that I have to present to you? What is, are people saying that our Friday Club Hour podcast is not up there?
I think that never happened.
That is correct.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Wow.
What are you talking about? What Friday club? We didn't have a club on Friday.
It'll have to live on in our hearts.
We never had one. I think we just were off the air at 6.
Is that blackmail material,
I
perhaps?
think we were just off the air at 6.
Should we hold on to that?
As far as I know,
lord it over a few people's heads?
There was no club on Friday.
Wow.
I also have good information that someone may have been bribed to get rid of if we did have a club.
Oh, what'd they give you, Buckley?
There was no bribe exchanged. There was
Sucker.
There was more of an edict that certain things weren't to see the light of day again.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
The plot thickens. Ghosting, a term that plagues the dating scene even outside of spooky season, has become more common in recent years, but according to a Forbes survey, Oregon is the state where the phenomenon is least likely to happen.
Hey, see, we're nice.
We are nice, and somebody brought it up on the text line. People in the Northwest like to avoid conflict or uncomfortable conversations, so I could totally see Oregon ranking high on ghosting because of that. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, I guess I could see that, but
it does not correlate.
But that's not being nice. That just means you're an ass.
Ghosting occurs when someone ends a relationship by stopping communication with the other person instead of directly telling them that it's over. When Forbes Health polled about 5,000 Americans who actually dated within the past 5 years, 76% answered that they had either been ghosted or had ghosted someone themselves.
Yeah.
76%.
Never have ghosted.
I haven't either. I'm going to sound like the old man now.
Yeah.
Back in my day, that just didn't happen.
It's ridiculously rude to ghost someone.
I've shown up on a couple and been like, whoa, I'd like to get out of here, but you don't. You know. I did have
Grin and bear it. It's not that tough.
Yeah, you just, and then you
get to know the person.
You get to know the person, and then you know.
Before you know it, you're doing it.
And then you're politely being like, hey, let's go our separate ways.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
To this day, I don't think I've ever laughed harder for longer than when you slipped in a
That one caught you off guard.
It really did. When you slipped in a Damian Lillard Milwaukee butter hog. Damn it, that got me.
Forbes says Oregon was the #1 state with the lowest instances of ghosting, which is 27% of Oregon respondents saying that they had been on either side of the phenomenon. Oregon was followed by Hawaii, Michigan, California, and Idaho. Washington was below the national average, with 70% of respondents saying that they had ghosted someone or been ghosted.
Yeah, because people do that all the time, like with text messages. Well, instead of just telling the person, no thanks, then they just stop all communication.
And then you're like, hello, and you feel like even more of an ass because, that's not a good situation either.
I had someone do that once, and I just sent them and said, you can just tell me that you're not feeling it. And they were like, well, I'm sorry, but like, I don't like bald guys. I'm like, it's not that hard to say. Like, what do you think? I'm going to become emotionally distraught?
Good. I'm moving on and you are too. There we go.
But can't you say that person is trying not to make you feel bad? Like, they don't want to tell you because they want to hurt your feelings.
No, but you can still simply say, I don't want to, like, the idea of being such
Make something up.
Yeah.
Lie.
Yeah, my mom got her arm caught in the microwave and freaked out and hijacked a bus full of penguins.
That's where the classic line, it's not you, it's me, comes
Exactly.
from. It's not you.
No,
You're wonderful.
It's not that hard.
It's just me.
It's not that hard.
I'm a mess. I can't date you.
I'm not in the space to date
I'm
right
not,
now.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
not in
not.
the headspace.
Grow
Got a lot
pair.
going on.
The state where people are most likely to get ghosted, Rhode Island.
What?
Yeah,
Rhode Island?
that's right.
Those roots sons of bitches? I don't know anyone from Rhode Island.
I don't either.
Oh, no.
Well-
Biden's from Delaware, right?
I have family from Rhode Island.
That's correct, I think.
My wife's side, I think.
Are they rude?
Total bitch.
I figured. Those damn Rhode Islandites.
As a matter of fact, she's awful.
Yeah, there you go.
So I think, proven.
Proven fact.
What else do I have for you here? You asked.
Now, what state are you most likely to have ghost sex? Huh?
California?
I would think so. Probably pretty hippy-dippy.
Right?
Yeah, maybe the Northeast. The Northeast is all about ghosts. Like every bridge or gazebo is haunted. I don't know. You know, Lynch, he's from back there. Got that whole New Jersey devil thing happening.
What about Salem witch trials, Salem, Massachusetts, somewhere like that?
Is there a lot of ghost sex happening in Salem?
Probably. I just associate witches and ghosts in the same general pot.
What if I looked up most likely to have ghost sex? I wonder what that search engine brings up.
Ghosting is not a thing in Oregon, but car theft is.
Oh, all right. I thought we had busted a ring and that was getting better.
Oregon and Washington saw some of the highest rates of motor vehicle theft in the U.S. in 2022, according to statistics released by the FBI. The state with the highest rate of stolen cars was Colorado, with 786 vehicles stolen per 100,000 people. Is that a lot to you? That's a lot.
I feel like that's a lot.
Washington ranked second, 693 automobiles stolen per 100,000 peeps. Oregon, third.
No one does this
Way above the national average.
No one does this anymore because I'm guessing it doesn't work, but remember back in the day everyone had the club? Like no one does.
I've seen the club recently.
Really?
I still see it around on occasion.
It's always on crappy cars.
It is. It's on cars that don't have an alarm system.
It's never on nice cars.
No one ever does the club anymore. Like back in the day, it was all about the club and the removable stereo. And now that's not a thing.
Well, like I said, I just saw it. So it is a thing.
But for you saw one.
Two.
Well, it's less of a thing because cars are now equipped with alarms, or more cars are equipped with alarms. I think that they kind of are just on the cars without them.
Really? I don't think most cars are equipped with alarms.
Oh, I do. If you break into a car, you don't think an alarm goes off? I think everything past, 2015 or 16 probably has an alarm on it. No?
No.
Isaac?
Your car doesn't have an alarm.
I would have agreed with you.
If I break your window right now, an alarm goes off.
I could hit the panic button on my remote right here.
Okay, that's not an alarm. That just means you have
an alarm.
Because an alarm goes off when someone is
breaks
doing
into your car, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yes, but that is not a car alarm. Everyone has a panic button on their car. But if I went out and put a brick through your window right now, the alarm, your panic button would not go off.
I think if you opened any part of my car right now, the alarm would go off.
Buck, that means when you opened your car, the alarm would go off.
No, I have to disarm it with the thing.
I have the answer to this.
I don't think Buck knows how car alarms work.
Maybe not. I do know that my Subaru is reliable, though.
According to Elephant Insurance, only a small percentage of cars are equipped with car alarms when they leave the factory.
Yes.
This article from 2022.
Yeah, that's not... Buck really thinks that his panic button on his car goes off when someone opens his car door.
Well, what else is it going to go off for?
Because, Buck, in that case, again, I could kick in your window, reach in, unlock the door, thus disarming your alarm, and then open the car.
So I've had my car locked with the alarm on and window down. If you go in and unlock and open the door, the car alarm goes off.
I don't think you have a car alarm.
I think I do.
I love that he doesn't know.
The fact that you don't know means you don't have one.
I don't know. There's a little red light. I hit a thing. It goes blip, blip.
Yeah, like a lot of them now have like the geo trackers on them where you can, you can hunt them down afterwards, or you can call the company and they can disable your engine. There's stuff like that. But unless you are actually putting in an aftermarket or getting a car alarm option, they're not coming standard.
I thought they're pretty much equipped. So,
Well, here, a lot of the texters are agreeing with you, Buckley.
Yeah.
They're coming to your defense here. But it's the horn, not an alarm. Like remember the old alarm system that you could have installed?
Yeah.
That's different. But the horn thing, I don't know. A lot of
So it's
people are
not an
saying
alarm, it's just lights and a horn.
It's just, well, I think
Which, to
it's
me,
a
is an alarm.
Yes, it's a technicality. You're calling it an alarm. That, to you, is an alarm, and I think I would tend to agree.
I think if my car were pried open, bells and whistles would start firing.
What we need is an officer of the law.
Oh, I was going to say, or we need a criminal to come out down here and break into my car.
Oh, give it time.
Yeah, I know.
I see nothing but glass on the sidewalks around here.
Yeah, San Francisco snow.
There's your In the News for October 18, 2023. The Hot 5 at 5 is next, and then we'll talk some sports with you guys here on The Fan. Bye.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The home of Colin Cowherd, always live on the Odyssey app, is KF.
right, welcome back. Hope you guys, gals out there, them's days.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a guy or gal. It's Portland in 2023, Rob.
Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. You owe Buckley an apology.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I think it's still being contended.
You were being a bully, as you tend to do, and you were wrong.
No, I'm not. You can break Buckley's window and nothing will happen. But apparently,
That's possible.
If you open Buckley's door without unlocking
Without disarming the alarm.
That's
then
correct.
Then the
alarm
horn will go off.
The alarm will go off.
But I can put a brick through Buck's window and steal whatever I want, and as
Yes.
long as I don't open the door, then I'm fine.
And that's
Some
why
alarm that Subaru gave me, I guess.
Well, that's why the perps are smart. They don't open the door.
Yes.
They just break the window.
Yes.
The old smash and grab.
The old smash and grab.
Yeah.
But here is somebody who's works for Toyota, not a dealer, but they say unless it's a very low-end model without a key fob, they come standard with an alarm and have for years.
So it's a pseudo car alarm, but not the car alarm that if someone's messing with your car, it goes off.
I think Buck wins this one.
I think that it's the letter of the law, spirit of the law debate a little bit. Where
a little bit.
I mean, but industry standard sounds like we're calling what my car does an alarm,
I think that's
even
right.
if it's not a tamper-free alarm or whatever.
So I can break the window and it doesn't set it off. So if I break the window and reach in and unlock the car, how does the car know that it's
because the alarm is armed. So if you open the door, it goes off.
But I've unlocked
Without the fob.
but I've
You've
unlocked the
it
car.
without, but you've unlocked it without disarming the alarm.
Basically, what we're learning is the alarms aren't great.
Yeah, it's not a good alarm. It's
But
probably
they're
not
alarms.
particularly effective, but it is there.
Yeah, someone said so. It's a bad alarm, but still an alarm.
Correct.
I think that's where we've landed.
I think that's right. That
Because-
seems to be the right.
Because if they're standard, then why is it that all those new cars, like remember the Hyundais and like the Kias and everything, like people were saying that you can basically steal them with like an iPhone, like you can literally program your phone to steal the car. So if there is an alarm standard on those, it's the worst alarm known to man.
I think I've got one of those. Well, I mean, not a steal with an iPhone kind of an alarm, but a not very effective alarm.
I'll be honest with you. I sat there and listened to you two dingbats, and I still don't know what the hell is going on in my car.
Because I've had my window smashed multiple times over the last couple years in new cars, and I when I show up, I'm like, well, my window's smashed, and my bag and golf clubs are gone, and there's no alarm going. There's no alarm
What
going
if it already
off.
went off and then it just stopped?
So after a while, the car alarm just stops.
I think they do, because I don't think like a car alarm just goes all night. I think it like stops after a period of time.
Well, and you hear them a lot too. Like they're always going off. You know, they are.
Yeah.
I'm always hearing car alarms.
It's just the horn. Well, I do mine when I'm trying to find it in a parking lot. I'll just hit the panic button and be like, oh, I'm over here.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah.
Here's somebody that says this conversation is very alarming. I agree.
Yeah, I feel like we need
I
the Billy Madison guy to tell us that we're making everyone dumber right now.
What?
Yeah, I did have Buddy text me and say that was one of the dumbest conversations I've ever heard.
And yet you listened. I have a microphone and you will listen to every damn word I have to
Wedding
say.
singer, nice poll.
All right, well, this hour we got to finish up our NFL Week 6 widgets.
We only half widgeted.
Yeah, we have to fully widget. Coming up tonight in the club, how easy would it be to mistake a body for a Halloween prop?
I saw this story and it was, well, it's sad, but at the same time, it made me chuckle.
And we've got more Netflix news tonight.
Hot Netflix stuff.
Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on the Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com. Number 5.
I am told that the Aces are playing the Liberty tonight.
Yeah, by me, you big jerk.
It is Game 4 of the WNBA Finals?
Yes.
All right.
It's a 5-game series.
Oh,
so if
they just tipped.
Just tipped. So
Repeat, they just tipped.
If the Aces win tonight, they go back to back.
Well, the Aces have won the tip.
Yes.
They got the tip.
But my Liberty. I've also noticed this, that anytime they show a starting lineup or a photo of Sabrina, she's yelling. they're incapable of just showing a photo of her.
That
show the
shows her-
intensity.
They have
yeah.
to show how intense she is.
Yeah. Ace is up 2-0.
No, 2-1.
2-0.
Oh, I thought you were talking about in the series.
No. The game.
The game.
That's all I have.
And by the way, Rob just found out today that the WNBA is going on.
Correct.
And that they're in the finals.
And now I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Catch the fever, man.
I bet on the Liberty minus 260.
Our Liberty. Thank you.
James Harden no-shows at Sixers practice. He hasn't been with the team since Sunday. They say still no movement on a trade to the Clippers.
I love, like, you imagine, like, James Harden thinks he's this good that he's going to pull this off.
Pull what off? What
The
do you mean?
delusional reality he lives in, and then the degree of malcontent he is very impressive.
Yeah.
You don't think he'll get traded?
Who wants him at this point? Traded
Well,
for
I think the Clippers do want him. But they're like,
They're not going to trade anything for him.
Yeah, they won't trade much.
I was listening to an analyst say yesterday they think he'll sit around for a while, and then someone who thinks they need a scoring injection to make the playoffs will be like, oh, you know what? We'll take it. We'll try it.
And we'll all overreact to it like, oh my God, they got
Yeah.
James Harden. And it won't mean it.
And it will no-show in the most critical games.
They're saying he could be subjected to a fine of $389,000 for each preseason and regular season game that he misses without team consent.
So, rack that up pretty fast. It's a steep price.
Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson has surgery on his shoulder. He is now officially done for the season.
Yeah.
Colts host the Browns this weekend. Cleveland quarterback Deshaun Watson says his status is still up in the air. He did not practice today, so we could get Gardner Minshew against J.P. Walker.
Yeah, they're saying that he had a shoulder issue and that they couldn't diagnose the rotator cuff strain for a while. And now that he's got it figured out, he can't put a timetable on it. And
P.J. Walker, sorry.
anytime you're talking about throwing injuries, whether it's Watson, it's certainly Anthony Richardson, that's concerning.
What did I say, J.P. Walker?
Yeah.
Yeah, P.J. Walker. Yeah.
JPJ.
And I tell you,
PJ, whatever.
Who took down the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I thought Minshew was fine in Indy, and I watched them last week because I bet on him. He's terrible.
Yeah, I bet on him too.
Loving it for these season-long underbet.
I mean, he is terrible.
Well, he was fine until he got in the red zone.
No, he wasn't.
Pulled a Geno Smith. His interceptions were atrocious.
Yeah, they were just, it's like, what are you even seeing? Do you have eyes?
It's not good.
Kyler Murray says he's back at practice for Arizona. This opens the window for a return, but it will not likely be this week against the Seahawks.
Yeah, Arizona, I don't know if you've watched any of them, but they're another team that we just all expected to be just absolute dog mess. And look, I'm not going to say they're good, but dude, they play their ass off. I mean, they're 1-5, but the Cardinals are not a road apple. They play hard. They've been in a lot of those games.
The Dolphins are getting cornerback Jalen Ramsey back. He is practicing after a knee injury in July. The Jets send receiver Mecole Hardman back to the Chiefs, where he came from. Yet another late-round draft pick swap there.
Yeah, the old 6'7" swapperoo.
The Chiefs are also bringing back pass rusher Frank Clark. He was recently released by the Broncos. They're going to try to get him in for a physical here soon.
Yeah, I love all the people that went somewhere, did nothing, and then the other team's like, we'll take you back.
And the NFL has extended the contract of Commissioner Roger Goodell through 2027. Reports he'll make upwards of $65 million a year, and that's all.
See, don't be an NBA or an NFL player. Be the commissioner. You also wonder too, by the way, with the Kyler Murray, if he's pressed to come back, because being 1-5, the Cardinals are going to have a super high pick, obviously, and with this quarterback, I wonder if Murray feels some pressure to come back and kind of prove that he's the guy. Like if he's going to be playing for his job. For the rest of the season.
Roger Goodell, Commissioner Goodell.
Texas Rangers yet to lose this postseason. The last team to run the table through an entire playoffs was the 1976 Reds. They were up 2-0 on the Astros in the ALCS. Game 3 just underway in Texas. Texas went you
have a stroke? What?
Their guys got out. What am I trying to say?
1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Yeah, against Christian Javier. Max Scherzer is back tonight, so he'll be taking the bump here shortly.
A tight 8-pitch first inning for Scherzer.
And no, it was for Javier.
No, I think Scherzer already went 2, didn't he?
Yeah, it's end of the first. So.
Yeah, and 1.
Oh, okay. Boy, I'm really screwing this up, aren't I?
Hey,
8 pitches for Scherzer in
you're
the first.
fine.
He last pitched September 12th until moments ago, apparently.
Yeah.
The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victorricos.com. We wrap up our NFL Week 6 widgets coming up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Bo to throw, pressure, but throws it way downfield. Franklin's there, sidesteps 1-5, touchdown, Ducks!
Ducks football is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, Pacific Office Automation, Mods PDX, Audi Wilsonville, by Multnomah County Behavioral Health Division and VOA Oregon, and by Laurelhurst Market. The Ducks play here on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
If you're traveling westbound 84 beginning around 223rd Avenue to I-5, it's going to be about a 25-minute drive with 10-minute delays and a 10-minute drive to 205. That's traffic. I'm Ken Luttrell.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of heads,
All right, NFL Week 6 widgets. We got to this yesterday, did not finish it. Couple of questions here and a couple of notes. One is the Giants, your New York Football Giants, who are just awful.
One of the
really
biggest,
hard to watch.
One of the biggest disappointments in the NFL season. You look at Minnesota, and you look at New York. They are the definition of be wary of teams that win a lot of close games because the regression is coming.
I don't know if it was just me or maybe it's because I had Buffalo in my survivor pool, but even with the Giants being so terrible, that Monday night or Sunday night game,
Scared,
I think,
scare you a little bit?
Well, it was compelling as hell.
Yeah. I mean, it was close for a little bit.
And I don't really know why it was compelling. It sucked. That game was terrible. But maybe it's just because I was really rooting so hard for Buffalo, but it came down to the last play.
Yeah.
But they have not scored. So the Giants have not scored an offensive touchdown in over 200 minutes.
Yikes.
Did you know that?
Yeah, they were saying that on the broadcast. It was like, and they kept saying that in the fourth quarter, but then I was like, wait, did they? Yeah, they didn't score a touchdown. They had the 9 points.
The next worst, so 200 minutes, over 200 minutes.
By the way, what do we?
Well, do the math, because I'm not going to. The next worst is 80 minutes right now, and that's the Cardinals.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That stings a little bit.
Yeah, and the Cardinals, who started out pretty good, like you were saying.
Yeah, they weren't bad.
They're on a drought as well.
Well, and New York, that game was dreadful. But like you said, they had chances down there at the end, because that ended up being like 14-9. But that would have been because with the Chiefs going down to the Jets, it's like, oh my God, could we see another?
You mean the Eagles?
Or the Eagles? Could that be another one of those? God, you see another team like that fall?
Well, and the Niners fell.
Yeah. Although Cleveland's not a bad team. I know Cleveland, with
neither are the Jets.
Yeah, Zach
That's the same team. Neither has a quarterback, and they both have good defenses. I mean, Zach Wilson's terrible, but there are quarterbacks worse than Zach Wilson in quarterback rating. Did you know that?
Yeah, Zach Wilson, believe it or not, is starting to look not terrible. Like, I hate the they found their quarterback talk. The bar was set so low for Zach Wilson that, dude, you could trip and fall over it, but he has gotten better.
Can you name the bottom 5 quarterbacks by quarterback rating this year?
Are we counting like any Tom, Dick, or Harry that's played, or are we going with just?
Put it this way: there's only 33.
Okay, so we're not doing just the Palookas, because there's a lot of people that have played played
but
quarterback.
I think you have to have a certain number of games or passes or something.
Okay, so
there's only 33 on the list.
So we're just going with starters.
I think it's 200 pass attempts, at least.
200 pass attempts. Oh, so I'm going to say that Tannehill is probably near the bottom.
He's 32nd, second to last.
Second to last.
Terrible.
Well,
and by the way, is he done in
it feels like
Tennessee?
That. But the problem is they keep drafting his replacement, and yet their replacements are so bad.
The thing is, they don't keep drafting their replacement while trying to draft his replacement.
The only reason Ryan Tannehill hasn't lost his job is because Malik Willis and who's the donkey from Kentucky?
Will Levis.
Yeah.
They're not any good.
They're not any good. They've tried.
But neither is Tannehill.
No, but this is the beauty part. Like, imagine having like a really good job, and they're actively every year trying to replace you, and you're not any better. In fact, you keep getting worse, but the people they hire to replace you, they're worse than you are. It's a very strange situation there in Tennessee.
So do you think Tannehill could be a trade?
I don't think anyone wants him.
Well, I could see somebody thinking reclamation.
Maybe. I kind of. He makes a good chunk of money. He's bad. So Tannehill's 32nd. Mac Jones is probably down there.
He's 30th.
Zach Wilson's down there.
31st. 2 more. You have the bottom guy and the 29th guy.
Bottom guy and the 29th guy. Is Bryce Young somewhere in that mix?
He's 28th.
He's been pretty crappy.
Is Daniel Jones in that mix?
He's 33rd. Dead last. Just barely worse than Ryan Tannehill.
And they gave that dude 40 whatever million. Although I think they can get out of it after next year, but they gave him a lot of milk.
Okay, so Mac Jones, Zach Wilson, Ryan Tannehill, and Daniel Jones are the bottom 4 quarterbacks in QBR.
Yeah.
Who is with them in the bottom 5? Who's that 5th guy?
What about Ritter in Atlanta?
No, actually, he's 24th.
His coach somehow protects him from being awful.
He sucks, though.
He's really bad.
I'm just trying to think of who else is, because Sam Howell hasn't been that bad, right?
Sammy's 16th.
And Dobbs hasn't been bad in Arizona.
21st.
Who are we missing? Who sucks? Jordan Love, perhaps?
Jordan Love, 29th.
Because he started off all right, and then he's
not been good.
He's made a hard turn. Remember, for like the first 2 weeks, people were like, Jordan Love.
Yep. He's down there with...
where's Pickett at?
Right above... Pickett's 27th.
Okay.
So right ahead of Love and Bryce Young.
Because Pittsburgh's got a decision to make, too.
Meanwhile...
Kenny Pickett ain't the guy there either.
C.J. Stroud, 8th.
C.J. Stroud is on pace to break every meaningful rookie record.
How about that?
He's having
The Texans?
Yeah, that's
good coach, good quarterback.
Yep, and we didn't know. I mean, going in, we thought that there would, new coach, and we thought, rookie quarterback, and we've seen some of the struggles that rookie quarterbacks have had. We just kind of thought that they would, they wouldn't be very good. Maybe they'd stay competitive in a couple games, but yeah, they're not bad. They're 3-3, and it's not just Stroud, but they hit with Will Anderson. I look at the Pro Football Focus grades, and Will Anderson is right up there. He is making a difference every single game. So, Houston,
Look at that.
Houston's got something.
Somebody said they were thinking Kirk Cousins. Dude, Kirk Cousins is fifth.
No, Kirk Cousins' numbers are great.
100 QBR rating.
Yeah.
He's fifth in the NFL.
Yeah, again, it's the Russell Wilson thing. Kirk Cousins is not the problem in Minnesota. He's probably not the answer. The other one too about the Texans is that Nico Collins. I don't know where he's ranking in receivers, but Nico Collins is lighting it up right now with the Texans.
The Giants' last 17 primetime games, a full season, 1-16.
Oh
my God. So yeah, things are going great there.
Ow!
But are they?
I will say it from the heavens. The dumbest thing that the Giants did was paying Daniel Jones. Why they didn't tag him and force him to prove it is beyond me.
What's he getting per year?
43.
Whoa. Is he really?
Yeah. But I believe I'll look it up. But I believe that there is the way they structured it. I think they can get out of it after next year. So to be fair, they gave him $160 million. Yeah, 4 years, $160 million. And yeah, they can get out of it after 2024. So they're on the hook this year, obviously, no matter what. On the hook next year, $70 million if they get rid of him. But they can get rid of him after 2024, and it's only $22 million. You break that up over 2 years, $11 million a year for 2 years to just have him go away. And I will make a bold prediction that after 2024, Daniel Jones is no longer a New York Giant.
So the Giants are bad, but are the Pats worse? I think the Patriots. The Patriots could be as bad as the Bears. The same record.
They're not good. I keep waiting for them to pull it out because their roster isn't that bad. And you look at, obviously they were humiliated twice. They ran into absolute, buzzsaws. But you look at them, they lost by 5 to the Eagles. That Dolphins game was close. I think that was a 1-score game. They beat the Jets. And again, they should have beat the Raiders. So they are horrible. But Bill and the way he schemes is enough to keep them in ball games. But they're offensively, they are an abomination. It's just, it's nightmare fuel. They can't find a receiver to save their life. Their offensive line is spotty, and Mac Jones, it's not there. And they can't grow and develop a quarterback. And this may be the end of the hoodie at the end of this year. They may have to come to we've both decided that it's just time for everyone to go their separate ways.
You ready for the stat of all stats for this week's widgets?
What do you got?
The Patriots went 28 straight drives without reaching the red zone.
Oh my God. Not even scoring, just not getting to the red zone.
28 consecutive drives.
Do they have...
What would you say you do here?
Are they the... I gotta look up, who's the worst scoring offense in the NFL? Is it the Patriots?
It might be them.
It's got to be, doesn't it?
I mean, they got blanked in 3 back-to-back weeks. I don't know what they did.
It's either them or the Bears.
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Although the Bears dropped 30-something on Washington, so
it's 0.2 difference. So take your pick. The Giants are at 11.8.
Giants, okay.
And the mighty Patriots are at 12. They're averaging. Both teams are averaging 12 points.
You have to win a game tomorrow.
Yeah.
You get one of those offenses.
I'm taking the Giants simply because of Dable.
No, you're the coach.
Oh, well then you
have to coach them.
I think I'm still taking the Giants. You give me.
I think I'm taking the Patriots.
At least with Daniel Jones,
better quarterback, believe it or not, it's crazy because their offensive line sucks, but it's a better offensive line.
The Giants, if I get the Giants healthy, the Giants have like 17 guys.
No, you get them right now.
I think I'm still taking the Giants.
Wow.
Yeah.
What an indictment.
Well, it's possible that I'm bitter over Mac Jones taking the safety and costing me a significant amount of money. But I get Saquon Barkley. I get Darren Waller. Whether it's Daniel Jones or Tyrod Taylor, at least they can run. Have you seen Fat Mac Jones back there? Like,
Are you kidding me?
But I've also watched.
Kidding me?
I've also watched the Giants.
It's so bad. I mean, think about that. The Steelers' crappy ass offense is 4 points better than New England and the Giants.
Yeah, and they're pretty bad too.
Well, I just think the Giants, the Patriots, the Steelers, and Atlanta. So who's the next worst offense? Every one of them is now going to be, and I'll throw Vegas in there too, because they're 27th. So there you go. Vegas, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, New England, and the Giants. Every one of those teams needs to take a long look this offseason and get in the quarterback market because they don't have it. Jimmy is not the answer in Vegas, and it sure as hell ain't the kid they drafted, the O'Connell. Ritter is not the answer in Atlanta. Pickett, Jones, and Jones, the law firm of Pickett, Jones, and Jones, those are not the future of any of those teams.
Isn't this supposed to be one of the better quarterback draft classes we've had in years?
Yes.
Coming up?
So every one of those teams that's going to finish with a crappy record, screw the fact that you drafted a guy 2 years ago, and some of those aren't first-round picks. Pickett, I don't think was a first-round pick. I think he was like a second or a third. You've got to you just have to move on.
Do you think that any of those teams could trade for Kyler Murray?
That's intriguing.
Would you trade for Kyler Murray?
If I was Vegas, I would.
Vegas? What about Pittsburgh?
And Atlanta, I think I would too. Pittsburgh, yeah, I mean, it's
interesting in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, because again, you don't necessarily need a total rebuild.
Although Matt Canada would probably ruin him.
Yes, I would trade for Kyler Murray. I would. Kyler Murray, for all of his issues, dude, Kyler Murray can play.
That would be my reservation, though, is that whatever his kind of head case issues are, it has nothing to do with football. That would drive me insane.
Again,
if I didn't know for sure.
Again, you'd have to do your research.
Yeah.
You'd have to talk to him. But, we do love to bash on Kyler Murray. But, Kyler Murray's put up some serious numbers. But you're coming off the knee injury and, there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts. But look no further than Bill Belichick, who's the greatest coach in NFL history.
It's already been addressed.
No one can question that. And Tom Brady left, and that dude's going to wander in the desert for how many years trying to find a quarterback? It's really hard to do. So the fact that you can find me a guy that in Kyler Murray that's still 20, what is Kyler Murray, probably 25, 26? And yes, injuries.
I'm going to say 26?
He is 26.
26. If he comes back this year and at the end of the year looks good moving around and puts together a decent year, yes. Because you look at Pittsburgh after Roethlisberger, the Giants and trying to find a quarterback after Eli Manning and, God, when's the last time the Raiders had you look at some of these teams that are in this market, Atlanta. I mean, the best they've had for a while, after Matt Ryan, he left and Matt Ryan wasn't good for the last couple of years. And you can just you can spin your wheels just going from quarterback to quarterback. And before you know it, it's been 3-4 different quarterbacks. It's been 10 years. And you're looking around and being like, God, I miss Matt Ryan. So the idea that you can give me a Pro Bowl level quarterback who's still 26, that has to be intriguing to people.
You mentioned the Raiders. What about Carr, though? He was all right.
Yeah, he was all right. Yeah.
The Raiders could be in that scenario. Like you said, oh, my man, I miss Matt Ryan. Raiders could, in a couple years, be saying, I miss Derek Carr.
I miss Derek Carr. Yeah.
Because he's not great, but.
Yeah. This is the, be careful saying, hey, I wish I had,
I'd try to trade for him if I needed a quarterback.
For Derek Carr?
Yeah. Wasn't he yelling at his OC the other day and it's not going great in New Orleans? And
no.
What do you mean no?
No, it's not going great in New Orleans.
Yeah, they don't have a great offensive staff, it seems like, to guide him.
Yeah, I want to get him.
Yeah, they're 3-3.
What's he make?
They're 500.
20 million?
Oh, God.
Carr? He's like a $40 million guy.
Derek Carr's paid.
He's up there too?
They all are.
What?
Yeah.
Who is the best value quarterback? No, I'm not saying on rookie deals.
Brock Purdy.
Well, but he's on a rookie deal.
Yes.
I'm talking about guys who've been paid, but marginally. Like Jimmy Garoppolo still may be a decent value. He only got, what, 18 million or something?
I'll look through here. So value.
Find me that answer.
So
I want the value quarterback answer and not.
So we're going off of average per year.
Yeah, that's the best way to.
Scrolling down. Yeah, it's Cousins.
Okay, what's
Cousins
he at?
and Goff.
Oh, Goff, I forgot about.
Yeah.
What's Cousins at?
35, and Goff is at 33.
Yeah, Goff at 33 is pretty good. Is there anybody who are the guys in the 18 to 22 range? Anybody?
They don't exist.
Anybody 25? Do I hear 24?
Yeah. I got 25.
Who's
I got
25?
I got
Who's-
25.
Who's at 25?
Jimmy G.
Okay, that
Jimmy G and Gino.
Also, I was going to say Geno Smith.
Geno Smith.
Geno and Jimmy. But there's a huge gap. So you said Goff is 33. Jimmy's the last guy at 24 and a half, and then it drops to Jordan Love at 13
then
million.
it's to the young guy.
Then it's to the young guys.
Okay, so would you rather have Jimmy Garoppolo or Geno Smith?
Geno.
I think I'd take Garoppolo.
For health reasons, I think I'd go with Gino. Even though I don't love what he's got
Kind of
going on
depends
this
maybe
year.
what you need a little bit. If you've got a good run game and you need more of a game manager, maybe Jimmy. But if you need a guy who can air it out, Jimmy's not that guy.
You're not that guy. You're not that guy.
All right.
Feels great, baby.
But this is the nature of the NFL, and it just sucks because there's a lot of guys making a lot of money that aren't going to, the Daniel Joneses and the Kirk Cousins and the guys like this that are making 40+ mil.
You just said Cousins was at 30.
Yeah, well, 30, 35. But Minnesota is talking about moving on from him because his next deal will be 45. And they're like, I don't like necessarily paying you 35, but someone's going to pay him 45. And then you get into that, is he good enough making 45 to build a winner? Because you didn't win with him. You didn't win anything significant when he was making 35. And now you've gone up another 10. It's a dicey.
He's overpriced at
It's
this point.
the toughest decision that a GM has to make in football.
You can always go young. I think it's easier to go young because they don't make as much.
It's almost always easier to go young, but you miss
But
a couple
if you
times.
miss, you're screwed. NFL Week 6. Widgets complete in the books. That's it. We're done. No more. Way long. Shut up.
Sorry.
Let's check in on the baseball next, but first, Buck.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free
Baseball enjoyed a regular season resurgence. TV numbers were up almost 30% through the first 3 months of the 2023 campaign. Full season ballpark attendance enjoyed its biggest year-over-year spike, almost 10%. Over 70 plus million bought tickets. Enjoyed MLB TV, enjoyed the most streamed season in its 21-year history. Engagement was up 10%. So all of that stuff was through the roof. But so far, the wild card rounds were down 18%, according to Nielsen data, with 4 2-game sweeps averaging only 2.25 million viewers compared with 2.75. So there you go. That's at least from, 5 days ago. So I can't imagine that it's picked up a bunch since.
You think they should do more to add some offense?
Like what? I mean, what would you like to...
Well, I just said lower the mound.
Yeah.
Limit the number of pitchers. Shrink the strike zone. I mean, there's a lot of ways they could do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess football has had success with this. I mean, football has changed the rules exponentially to try to give you more offense. Although that being said, the defenses are having great runs here, and we're getting bad quarterback play, and they've adjusted. But I don't know. I mean, you did the shift thing, lowering the mound, like you said, shrinking the strike zone. I don't like the idea of shrinking the strike zone. Again, what are we doing there? What are we taking away? And then I don't like that.
It's making it easier to hit.
Yeah, the mound may be one thing if you wanted to lower that. I wonder if all of a sudden you just have, if games are now 11-8 on a regular basis, you think that does a ton? You think that changes the way people are watching baseball?
I do, but if it's all just solo home runs and then strikeouts again, I think that's the problem. It's less about. I think they've done a pretty good job of adding action. There were more steals.
Yeah,
the shift thing changed. There's more base hits, but there's still more strikeouts than hits, and that's only been in the last couple of years. That has never been in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
It's always been more hits than strikeouts until the last, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 seasons.
But again, it's an analytic thing. It's like the NBA. The NBA gets a lot of crap because now you're just jacking threes. But the analytics say you're better off shooting threes.
Yeah, well.
And so the analytics in baseball tell you that it's hard to move runners from base to base to base. And with guys bigger and stronger than ever in smaller ballparks, it's just easier to swing for the fences.
Well, sure, but that baseball doesn't care what's easier or what not. They want an entertaining product. And so I think there's a fine line between saying we want more action and we're just going to add more home runs and more strikeouts.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I don't know what lowering the mound would do. I think that's interesting. They did it once back in the 60s.
Yeah, they did it once. Did we know what that...
Well, I mean, Bob Gibson's ERA was like 1.
Yeah.
And so they were like, we got to
do something.
Do something. And that definitely changed.
Yeah.
But I in today's game, I don't know what that would do. That might be like bad the other way.
I think you'd have to test it out first in the minor league levels and things like that.
The only if you could tell me one, and the I don't know if the Players Association would go for it, but the idea of limiting pitchers, and they've already done that to some extent, right? Where you have to face a batter, and if you've done permanent DHs, but I could see the idea of limiting the number of pitchers. That even if it's not going well, you force a guy to stay in there, but then do you just lead yourself to more blowouts?
Yeah, you only have 11. You would only have 11 pitchers.
11 pitchers, and then at that point, even if a guy's getting lit up, is it one of those where you give up on games? You're like, well, we got to roll with this guy because we're not burning through the bullpen. But I do think that the difference between watching baseball now versus when we were kids. I mean, there were no specialists. I mean, guys used to go into the 7th, 8th inning all the time, and that never happens. How many times do we see guys having great outings and they get yanked in the 6th because you've got your bullpen set up, and it's like the Royals won a World Series doing this. Hey, get me to the 6th inning. You get me to the 6th, and we've got a guy for the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, and the door is shut. And if you could find a way to make those last couple innings where you're not having every one of these specialists come in and be lights out, that would be the one that I think would be the most intriguing to me.
What about pitching with the beach ball?
Or how about we just let the guys use the big red bats? Remember those big, when you were a little kid, you had the wiffle ball bat. You had the normal skinny yellow one. And
like
you had
the big bopper.
Yeah, the big red bopper.
Oh.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
The hollow one.
The hollow one, yeah.
Gives you a big thunk.
Yes, let them use softballs.
Oh, there you go.
I say we let them use metal bats like in college. Let's see some 600-foot home runs.
Look, there's one answer and one answer only, and it's not going to be popular. But the UFC is thinking about doing this.
Steroids.
Bring them back. Stop testing.
Barry Bonds makes a comeback.
Yeah.
No, he's a cyclist now.
Barry Bonds was the most intriguing thing I've ever seen in the game of baseball. When he was all roided up, there's never been a better Major League Baseball player. Just no one. So why not? Hey, we don't have to say that steroids are legal, right? Because this is what the UFC just said. Hey, we're not doing USADA anymore, and they don't. And so they may just go down the road of, hey, man, you do what you want to do, but we're not going to test. So you can still make it illegal and say, hey, Major League Baseball is against steroids, but we're not going to test for them. There you go. Problem solved. You want instant offense? Juice them up. You imagine Bryce Harper all roided up? Let's go.
Yeah, you'd get more home runs.
Hell yeah, you would.
You'd probably get more injuries too.
Oh, screw injuries. You're fine. Get J-Rod some juice. Get him some trend. Let's make it happen. What's J-Rod, like 185, 190? I want 220.
Boy, juiced J-Rod would be awesome.
Yeah.
Give Trout some juice? Give Ohtani some juice?
Ooh, Trout.
Acuna Jr.
Oh.
Yeah. Get him on that Brady Anderson, Brett Boone program.
Juiced Acuna would be savage.
Imagine Alvarez.
Dylan Moore is the new Brett Boone.
Let's go.
35 home runs out of nowhere.
Go.
Yeah, what about Swaggerty for the Mariners? What happened when he gets juiced?
Yeah, that guy.
I'm all for it, man.
Well, look, the playoffs so far,
I've watched, but
I have too, but
there hasn't been a lot of
we're in the
drama.
minority.
Well,
Because it's always on when we're here doing the
Yeah.
show.
And someone else pointed out too, a lot of the games are during the day when people are at work, and
Yeah.
That's still such a poor strategy by them. I don't get how they continue
Yeah,
to screw it up so
I don't know
bad.
why they do that. Texas and Philly, if it's Texas and Philly, I don't know how well that's going to do either.
I think I don't know if it would do well, but I'll tell you what, it's an exciting series. A bunch of people that can mash.
I'm definitely having the most, despite the fact that they're bludgeoning everyone, I'm having the most fun watching the Phillies just
Yeah.
because they're a freaking wagon right now.
All right, we will be back to wrap it up this hour anyway, and move on to the club next on The Fan.
Inside Story on Oregon Athletics, brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Vandersloot with some space, looking for help. Ionescu, you bet.
Yeah, you bet. That's right.
For
the lead.
My New York Liberty.
Our Liberty. I bet on them. You didn't put your money where your mouth is.
That's true. I did
Minus
not.
260 tonight on the ML.
I was aware that they were playing in the finals, though.
Let's go.
They're up 3 right now towards the end of the first half.
Yeah, that's right.
Take that, Aces. Crotch chop.
They're going to win by 19.
That's a lot.
Ducks Report brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
that you are all that in a bag of chips. The NFL has humbled a lot of people over the years.
All right, how easy would it be to mistake a body for a Halloween prop?
Whoops.
The story kicks off the club next on The Fan.
Made to shine.
What's going on? Oh, thank you.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably.
Hello?
What? What?
What's
Are the
going
duck
on?
skulls still the same, Buck? Do we know?
Buck, what the hell are you doing over there?
Ghost sex.
I'm working. Working on things.
He's involved in an incubus.
Wake up.
I mean, I'm awake. I'm here.
What?
You know, we were talking about the whole ghost
There's more
thing.
buttons for me to push now, and sometimes I miss a couple of them.
We were talking about the ghost thing, and I did look up how to have, like, where do you find, like, a ghost to have sex with? There is surprisingly a lot of information online about ghost sex. It is a whole thing.
Well, let's talk about it.
Well, I mean, first off, and I didn't know this, if you're having sex with a male ghost, that's an incubus. That's a male.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah. And a succubus is a girl ghost.
Whoa.
It's a
Wait,
girl.
so the band Incubus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a male sex demon.
That's what that means?
I didn't know either. The incubus, the succubus. I always thought it was a line from the Burbs.
Exactly. Or I thought it was, I didn't know it was a line from the Burbs. I thought it was like some sort of god.
It's
incubus, the god of...
It's a demon. So if you summons an incubus, and that's how witches, by the way, I'm like, there's a whole online community about this, and people are taking this very, very seriously. So that's how witches are born, is your dad is an incubus. So if if you summon an incubus and he knocks you up, your kid is a witch. And vice versa.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so that's how witches are born, which is why, like, you can't necessarily have, like, a male witch, because then the succubus can't have sex. The succubus is the female sex demon, and if she has sex with a dude, then obviously that guy's not going to get pregnant. She can just then possess the male and then turn him evil. So apparently, according to these online groups, summoning a sex demon is quite easy. Getting rid of one or controlling one is much, much different.
There's the catch.
There's the catch. Yeah, this person says, this according to, this is a Wiccan, Lama John Heaveside, real guy, I guess. He says it's actually quite easy. Getting rid of them is often an issue. It is usually not something that is easily done. You can look up potential side effects of an incubus or a succubus and consider the pros and cons. Be well, look both ways before you go. This is not for green witch blood. I don't know what a green witch blood is, but
none of that made any sense.
It's a whole thing, man. They're
What
saying,
does that guy know?
He's saying before you have demon sex, you better be prepared and you better not have green witch blood.
Who doesn't know that? It's a demon. You got to tread lightly.
I didn't know about the witch blood.
I didn't know either. I'm still trying to figure out. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole of exactly the difference between a green-blooded witch and like a normal. But
don't you think it'd be kind of fun to have a go-around or two with the witch?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
probably pretty wild.
I would think so. Probably doing some cool stuff. I don't know. I saw Ghostbusters. Dan Aykroyd got it on.
Riding a broom.
Yeah. Yeah, sex magic with your spirit lover. This person.
So where do you?
It's all about rituals. You summons one. So you offer your body up to the incubus or the succubus. So
okay, and you offer that up in a ritual.
Yeah,
of some sort?
there's a ritual. There's some words that you chant.
Other people are there.
No. This is just with you
on your own.
Yeah, on your own. You gear down, and
Dude,
I guess
I'm gonna try this.
I guess you can. You know, it's a whole thing.
So you get naked.
You get naked.
You shut off the lights.
Yeah, you light some candles. They got a whole.
You say some words.
Yeah.
And it's like a Ouija board.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then they show up and.
Yeah, and then
give you a handy or something.
Then you get it on. You know.
Yeah, that's great. I wish I'd known about this sooner.
Yeah, this one is from. I love how all of the people on here, they all have great names. This is from Avit Patty, who apparently again is a witch.
I'm guessing that's not right.
It is important to note that summoning demons or any other supernatural beings can be dangerous and should not be attempted without a thorough understanding.
There we go again with
There's
that.
a lot of these warnings.
Stop with that crap. Of course,
We
it's
want to
a
have
demon.
demon sex.
But it's like, that's just it's like a given. You don't need to warn us. It's a demon. Of course, we're going to tread lightly.
Yeah, apparently a lot of this
Makes no sense.
I think, and maybe I am just hip to this, but I think that they are trying to put us in a position where we're their circle remains a little bit more exclusive. If anybody could just summon a demon or a ghost whenever they wanted and go around and talk about it, these people wouldn't have their special little thing. So they're like, no, you need us around, or a professional, or someone who knows the way to make it happen.
Well, so
It's a racket.
this witch does say that if you are going down these roads, only do it under the guidance of a reputable and knowledgeable spiritual advisor or practitioner.
Don't go encroaching on their witchcraft.
Well, the question is, where do I find a knowledgeable sex ghost spiritual advisor? Where do I go about finding that? Because they've got the little the words and the chants here, and you draw some things on the wall, and away you go.
The peeps are saying green witch blood is like a rookie.
Oh, that
like
makes
green,
sense. That makes sense.
So,
but some of the warnings are kind of like an Ozempic. It's like, hey, this is great, but warning, like the side effects.
I thought there were no.
Ozempic. I
thought there were no side effects to Ozempic, and that's why everybody's raving about it.
Oh, there's starting to be some questions.
What's
that
happening?
That are arising, like
Like
long.
what?
I was talking to my doctor about this, and the scary part about the Ozempic is they don't know why it's
You were looking into it, weren't you?
No, we were talking about it because he says that like everyone is coming in and asking for it.
Oh, it's a huge craze.
It's like a huge thing, and he has to be really careful. Like they're like monitoring who can get it, and so it's like becoming a whole black market thing. And he was talking to me about it, and it sounds kind of freaky. And
Well, yeah, we
scary.
talked about this. All the rich people are doing it to lose weight. It's a diabetes drug.
Yes.
But it's got a appetite suppressant in it.
Yeah.
And so everybody's losing weight on it. And so now people want it without the diabetes.
And he just is saying there are some doctors that believe that like nothing is free, and believing that there could be some.
It can't be that easy.
There could be some real consequences behind this, but nothing has been proven yet.
Yeah, it's too early.
It's too early. But with the demon sex here, the incubus and the succubus,
Not too early.
Not too early.
We're late to this party.
Possession is a big deal. That's especially when you get the succubus.
She'll possess you.
She'll possess you. So that's a tough one.
I'm okay with it.
Then the other one is mental illness. That's not good. You don't want that. Go crazy and insane. Swelling. You don't want swelling. That's bad. You're gonna swell up. So you get swelling, arthritis, stigmatas. You don't want that.
What's that mean?
You get you get open sores on your hands and your feet, like like where Jesus was nailed to the cross.
Mm-hmm.
You really want that? You want holes in your hands?
These are the drawbacks of.
These are the drawbacks to the
Doing it
incubus.
with the-
Yeah, doing it with the ghost. You get that. So
Okay,
that's
but they're not really a ghost.
you. Oh, you go ahead.
Says you.
Says you. See what happens when you
No, I
come
just
in
want
here
like
with
a
big.
ghost, like Casper,
Look,
or maybe a female Casper.
Beggars can't be.
I don't think that's the way this works.
Easy access.
No, I'm just telling you. And apparently scratches. They like to claw during the getting it on stuff. So yeah, it's a whole thing.
So where do you think this stuff comes from? Like
People are lonely.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah.
And this is so they just.
So when I was reading about it, there's a lot of psychologists that think that it's just
in their brains.
It's in your
they
brain.
just
Yes.
You kind of start to convince yourself of
Yeah.
it, and then find
Sure.
others who do the same, and boom.
and that
Bing.
validates your
Yeah.
hallucination.
Yeah, and it gives you a reason to have something interesting going on. A lot of people that are lonely, looking for some sort of companionship, and just generally people are crazy. But apparently, there's a whole online community about it. Although I don't appreciate that all the people that are like know about this and that have done this are all like, "Oh, don't do it," but they clearly have done it.
Well, I think Buck's onto something there.
Yeah, they wanna
that's where
keep
the
it.
racket comes
Well,
in.
if
It's like,
you can just
need
do it on
me
your,
to help you,
and if you can just do it on your own, then you don't have any need for experts in the community, and
that's
and
how
they
they
fancy
make their
themselves
money.
as such.
yeah.
But now we learned about the incubus and the succubus.
All right. Well, there's a very famous man who is headed to rehab. We'll tell you about that, and a body that was mistaken as a Halloween decoration in North Carolina. I'll have that story for you as well. It is 6:14 on the Fan.
Now, here's a quick look at
We go now to China Grove, North Carolina.
Or North Carolina.
Have you ever been there?
I haven't, but I've been to North Carolina, and it's wonderful.
China.
Big fan of the Carolinas.
Wait, is that the China Grove that the Doobie Brothers were singing about?
Oh.
You know the song China Grove?
Yeah, it might be.
Great song.
Great song.
Love the Doobies. No idea if that's what they were singing about.
It seems more likely than a grove in China.
I see Sook's fingers feverishly typing. I think he's Googling it.
Yep.
A North Carolina family is upset after their loved one's body was mistaken for a Halloween decoration.
Yeah.
And left outside for days. Robert Owen's body was found in China Grove. His family discovered that a lawn care worker mowed around his near-naked body, thinking it was a prop. Jeez. A day later, someone else made the gruesome discovery.
Yeah. I saw this and I can't. I mean, it's sad because someone is dead, but at the same time, that's kind of funny.
Well, wow, kind of funny, huh?
Well, I mean, the guys, the dude thought it was the Halloween decoration, so he just was like, someone please. He's the idea of some lawn care guy mowing around, probably when it said near naked, so it's probably a guy in his underwear or whatever, face down. Like, come on, for multiple days, and people were walking by and no one noticed. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny because it happens every year where someone calls the police on someone's Halloween decorations because they're too realistic.
Yeah, they do. I remember there was one year, we talked about this on the show once, but it was the guy who had the dude hanging off of the gutters. Yeah. Somebody thought that was real.
Yeah, and
he tried to stop to help him.
Yeah.
And was like talking to him.
It was just some dude.
Dude, it's Halloween, you idiot.
Animal.
But I don't know. How is that? You really don't know that's a body? Like, you're right there. You're like mowing around it.
You're like, I guess this family had a lot of money for realistic props.
By the way, I hate to tell you, but
That's
China
terrible.
Grove,
Yeah.
Texas.
Oh, okay.
The Doobie Brothers wrote it about.
Talking about the China Grove.
Nope. It was about a wacky sheriff in China Grove, Texas.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, like, I don't fault anyone for that. Like, it's Halloween. And here's the thing. Like, if you're out mowing a yard around Halloween and you see a body laying on the ground, what's the chances that you found a dead body or it's a Halloween decoration?
But wait, here's the other part of the story. The sister of the deceased said that the guy, he wandered off. They haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah.
And he wandered off, and a week later they found him down a long driveway with very little clothing on. He was face down in the grass.
Yeah.
But the home of the yard where he was laying had no other decorations.
All right, see, that's a part I didn't see.
No
that
one lived.
part's jarring.
Yeah, no one lived there.
That's problematic.
But the lawn care guys, for some reason, were still hired to go and there's probably monthly or something.
Because I was thinking, I got a couple neighbors that do the Halloween stuff, and if I walk by that and I see a body laying face down in the ground, I would assume, man, someone's going all out.
Well, they said he hadn't been shot, and they actually don't know. They don't know what happened to him.
Can we blame the landscapers? Are we going with the?
But he was known to do drugs.
Well,
maybe he.
Maybe the lawn care guys were
They killed him.
Well, either that or they were partying with him. And the dude goes down. They're like, "Hey, man, what do we do?" I'm like, "Oh, mow around."
Genius. Let's make him a Halloween decoration. Mow around him and get the hell out of here.
This all could have been prevented if someone would have followed the tried and true Sucanic method, and we know what that would have.
I have a guess.
Right?
Poke it with a stick?
Poke him with a stick. Huh? Everyone always gives me a hard time, but I say it all the time. If you come across something and you want to know whether it's alive or dead, there's only one good way to do it. Poke it with a stick. And had they poked him with a stick, they would have known. That's no Halloween decoration. Right? That's
Unless
not
they thought it was a really great lifelike prop.
No, you can always tell with the stick. Because then, with the poking with the stick, also, there's a lift involved. And any sort of Halloween decoration is going to lift right up. But once you get the stick underneath and you're doing some poking and then you go to lift and he doesn't move, now you're like, hey, that's a real body right there. And someone could have called. See? When in doubt, poke. poke with the stick.
Isn't it true though too? I've never really had a lawn service because I'm not. I don't know. I've never really lived in a property that needed that.
Yeah.
But isn't it true? Is it a thing that oftentimes those guys won't move anything for you?
Yeah, they're not touching.
Like
nothing.
they're just not touch. If you leave something in the yard, they're just going to mow around it.
Yes, because Karen. Yes, the Karens of the world will freak out. So yeah, I do think.
What do you mean? Oh, like if they touch
anything,
their stuff.
Also, I think there's a not my stuff, not my thing, not my problem.
Yeah,
so
get it out of the way, or
I'll just do my work. I'll work around it. Yeah.
Well, and as someone points out, I mean, they don't need to be. I don't think this is being a stereotypical jerk or whatever, but is it possible too that? Well, look. Can we be honest here that a lot of people that are doing landscaping work may not want to call the police for various reasons?
Yeah.
You know?
No, that's true.
And so there's like a thing of like, hey, man, I'm not, maybe not necessarily want to be here or supposed to be here, and I don't really like dealing with the police, so I'm just going to go ahead and
pay me cash.
I'll
I'll mow around the bodies.
Exactly. You know?
No one will ever know a thing.
I'm not saying that I would mow around the body, but I can understand.
And maybe that person just didn't want to be involved or ask questions. You know what? If I go report this, then I have to sit here and talk to
I have
this
other
just
jobs.
messes up my day. So no.
Well, note to self: don't die during Halloween.
Yes, it's not good. Yeah, it's probably the worst of times to die.
Yeah,
because then we get into the what's going on. I often think about like what would I do? Like I don't want to find a dead body, but weird stuff happens to me all the time. I just find myself in situations, and so I feel like one of these days I'm gonna come across a dead body, and I don't want it. So I appreciate the idea of not my body, not my problem. I'm walking this way.
Not my monkey, not my circus.
Exactly.
Or maybe we could start a new lawn care business where they double as doctors.
Oh, there you go.
With little stethoscopes.
You bring some.
So they can check your vitals.
You don't even need
just
that.
in case.
Stick. You know what landscapers have? Rakes. What's on the end of a rake? It's a big stick. You just poke it with that. See
I
what's
also
up.
have a sneaky suspicion here that this family, I'm just reading about them a little bit here. This guy was a drug addict. They didn't like him. But now they're saying, we loved him and you should raise money for us. I feel like they're trying to get some money.
Well,
they're trying to profit off of his death.
Just because he was found like that?
Well, I just think they're just being opportunists.
That happens, I think, a lot. Yeah. And again, I don't mean to offend anyone, but I'm about to offend people.
The thing about the Jews.
Anytime we were talking about like things that people say that immediately you know something really bad is
that
about
was
them.
a deal.
That was a deal. Like,
a deal text.
Anytime
the thing about the Jews.
Blame it on deal.
Yeah, the thing about anything. The thing about the Catholics. The thing about the Jews. The thing about the blacks. Anytime the thing about something comes out, just again be prepared. Something bad is happening.
You piece of garbage.
But you see this where something happens, right? Like someone dies, and they make the person out to be the greatest human being on the planet. And look,
they weren't. And they hated him.
And they hated him. The whole family, like the mom's like, well, I haven't seen my boy in 12 years, but they're like, oh my God, my life is forever gone because he was my sole purpose in life. And someone's like, dude, you haven't talked to that dude in 20 years. Well, shut up, man. I got a lawsuit working here. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
So maybe it is one of those where they're like, dude, my brother was a giant junkie and he died, but I'd like to get something out of this. I don't know what you get out of this.
Well,
but
GoFundMe or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Funeral costs. Somebody asked the question, lawnmowers with Narcan?
Oh, there you go.
New thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Pack them up. Pack them with the... in that Narcan, you go downtown, you'll see a lot of Narcan being administered.
Yeah. That's not an injection, though. Isn't it
I think it's an injection.
I thought it was like an inhalant.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah.
I think there also is a Narcan injection. Isn't that what happened in Pulp Fiction?
No, that was adrenaline.
No, exactly.
That was an adrenaline.
Yeah, I
thing
think you're
to
right.
the
I think
heart.
it is an inhalant.
I think it is, but I don't know.
With the cop shoes.
I've never had to use Narcan on myself or anyone.
But then again, if you stop breathing, how do you inhale?
Well, I think you put it in there.
You throw it down their gullet.
Is that how that works?
I don't know. I think it's in their nose. Actually,
that's
smelling salts.
That's what I thought, but again,
it's got
I
like two.
Know.
Like Afrin.
Yeah.
You ever used Afrin? I think it's like that.
Yeah, by the way, if you Google Narcan use, it just gives you a hotline.
Rangers are on the board. 5-2.
Yeah, they just broke up a no-hitter this inning.
Yeah, it's a spray.
Yeah, up the nose.
Yeah. I got a YouTube video here, and yeah.
Ooh, a nice how-to.
Yeah, it does. It looks like Afrin. By the way, be careful, man. That Afrin, that'll get you.
Someone else asked, could the guy have been alive and they mowed around him? They didn't want to inconvenience the drunk guy in his yard.
It's possible.
Oh, like that he was passed out drunk and alive, and he only died
Yeah.
afterwards.
It's not. I can see the lawnmower guy going.
Again,
rough night for that guy, but I'll just mow around him.
I like the idea of just minding your own. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not my monkey, not my circus.
Yeah,
I'm here to mow a lawn.
Exactly. I can appreciate that. I really can. Like, imagine. Like, I know we should all get involved in things because everyone needs help, but you got to admit, there's definitely some situations that if you came across, you'd be like, well, just gonna turn around and walk over here.
I'm 99.9% that guy. I mean, you and I are exact opposites in that way. You'll stick your nose into anything. I won't. I am out. I don't want any part of any of this. Leave me alone. I came here to pick up a Subway sandwich.
I don't need to be in this Home Depot right now. What? I'll get that 2x4 later. I'll head down to Lowe's. I'm not doing this.
All right, there is a very famous man who has entered rehab. He is struggling.
Is it the guy on the lawn?
No, he's dead.
No.
That story next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Spirit Mountain Casino
Somebody texted the Vancouver Ford text line. They said a story out of Eugene recently where a homeless woman was run over by a trash truck in an alley.
Mm-hmm.
The daughter hadn't seen her mom in years, but she sued and won like $300K for trauma.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that happens. It happens a bunch.
Now, would you do that knowing you could?
I don't know. It'd be,
I mean, that's.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, I don't know. It's a couple $100,000. The person's gone either way. I definitely can see why people do it. It's just if you hated that person and they were a piece of garbage and you didn't like them, or is this like finally they did something good, or do they owe me? I don't know. I think that's a weird.
It's a tough one.
That's a tough one.
You piece of garbage.
But especially if you're down on your luck,
right?
A couple $100,000.
And to the company, it probably doesn't mean a thing.
It's like whatever. Like here, take it.
That's a tough thing though. Is like, so anyone who needs it just sees dollar signs and is like, yeah, let me go grab that. I mean, I don't. It's just where we are now. But like now, it's circumstantial based on your personal circumstance, not your relationship you had with this person. You're just like, well, this is an opportunity.
Was their mother.
Yeah.
That they didn't speak to for years.
Yeah, but she did birth her.
I know.
Yeah. And down the road, maybe they reconnect. I mean,
and did the trash truck affect the relationship there at all?
We've talked about this. I'm just amazed at all the time, like the lady that has her head up her ass, so she gets run over by the Max train and then sues and wins like millions of dollars because she's a moron. It's just that. Look, I get it. You're in a bad spot. Something bad happened, and someone's going to profit off of it, and so you're like, well, might as well be me.
That lady won. She won money.
Yeah, the lady that got run over.
$1 million bucks.
Oh, it was a couple million.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said there weren't enough warning signs.
Yeah, even though she had her headphones on, her head down, and literally ran into the train. That's why I want to be on that jury where I'm like, dude, you ain't getting a dime. There's zero chance you get money off of that. None.
So I've got a man here that you will know. You guys will know. I say famous. He's somewhat famous. You should know his name. He has entered rehab. They are saying he has had an extremely difficult few years, Jace. Okay. I am speaking of none other than a man we all forgot was even out there, Jesse Smollett.
Oh, that son of a bitch.
He is headed to rehab. He is going to treatment. He has had an extremely difficult past few years. He has quietly been working very hard for some time now, and we are proud of him for taking these necessary steps, said his rep.
Oh no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh no.
Am I, speaking of being just skeptical of...
But he's in an outpatient program, so that
this
means nothing.
Allow me to be skeptical about this, because it's what I do.
Well, he's earned your skepticism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He lied the first time?
Well, this just seems like a pathetic attempt to get yourself back in the news. You're irrelevant. Your name's mud. You can't work. And so you do the, woe is me, I've had a bunch of rough years. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. And so now I'm going to rehab, but not really because I'm in an outpatient treatment. So, and then next thing you know, he'll be on Dr. Phil trying to make the rounds, trying to get his name back out there. And
you got to sit down with Hoda Kotb.
Exactly.
Like Jada.
Get the hell out of here. Just go away.
I guess he's been working. He did serve. Did he serve?
I thought there was something like where he got sent and then there was a whole
It wasn't
debate.
long.
No, but like he got in and then he was out and then there was a whole thing about should he or should he not go to prison.
Yeah, I don't remember. But I guess he's been working.
Yeah, he was sentenced to 150 days in jail, but was released from jail in an appeal a short time after the sentence. And then I don't know if he actually went back.
I don't think he did. I think he's been out there filming.
Dude, he's such an effing loser. Seriously, dude, that guy needs to if he gets run over by a Max train, I would do oh no. Like, what an absolute pathetic human being. Really? Like, you pretend to get lynched by the Trump supporters? I mean, my God, go away. What an absolute piece of crap. And then have the nerve to be like, it's been a rough couple years.
Well, pray for Jesse.
No.
His name's not even Jesse. It's
Jussie.
Jussie.
Well, allow me to
Jesse
say that I will
Smollett.
not be praying for him. And again, that dude is a human piece of garbage. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, well,
You piece of garbage.
so he faked
A lynching.
He faked a hate crime, right?
the
Yes.
Trump guys, right? He
Yes.
had the two guys that were
He had-
Trumpies
He had two brothers from Nigeria, by the way.
that were supposedly masked Trump
Yeah.
And
supporters.
they were gonna beat him up.
And they
because-
beat him up
They poured milk on him and tied a noose around his neck.
in Chicago.
Yes. Turns out he did
was
it
r-
himself.
He was lying.
He lied about the whole thing just to try to get some attention, and then again made the circuit to go around him. And he was literally he did it to drum up fame.
Well, it kind of worked.
Yeah, there was I had a buddy of mine in college. He was a film he was like a film student, and we were kicking around ideas for a movie once, and it reminded me of this because nothing ever came of it. He didn't go on to make films. He's an attorney now. But you have to like write out like scripts for movies. And so we lived together and we were kicking around ideas. And one idea that I actually thought was pretty good that we came up with was a guy that is kind of an up and coming star, right? And he's got a couple projects and he's on the verge of fame. We were kind of thinking like a John Travolta type, and then he falls off the map. And no one hires him, and he doesn't know what to do.
Well, why?
I just, I don't remember what exactly. I don't remember if we had like a controversy, but he just like he stopped getting work. Like he couldn't get hired. And so he went from being pretty famous to no one hired him. That's why we thought about like John Travolta. Because you see this all the time where you're
It's like that Aerosmith thing you brought up the other
yeah,
day.
or like Scott Baio, someone who's like a child star. Like he was a young teen and he was successful, and then like he grew up and no one wanted to hire him. That you see this all the time with the teen stars. And so he saw all of these celebrities that were going through all these like hard times and like rehab, and they would have all these, horrible things happen to him, and it would get him attention. So he fakes like a massive drug problem. Like he crashes his car, like gets in a bad wreck, and he fakes having all these problems, and it gets him a bunch of attention. And he's not ill at all. This is all contrived by him and his agent. And it leads to this big career resurgence. And he gets hired for this movie, and it's his big comeback role. And he gets nominated for an Oscar and all these things. The problem is, as he becomes famous again, he develops a real drug habit. And on the night that he's going to win his Oscar, like his big comeback, he dies of an overdose, like in the Oscar bathroom, all because he faked a drug problem to become famous. And he actually develops a real drug problem when he gets famous, and it ends up costing him his life.
That's heavy, bro.
Yeah, we thought that was kind of like, so like they call him up there to win and no one can find him, and he's dead in the bathroom of a real OD. And so, of course, the eulogy is he would battle demons and he was never able to overcome them, but he was so brave that, that he made one last kind of great like film out of this. In reality, he never had the problem.
Reminds me a little bit of Jackson Maine in A Star Is Born. Remember,
Yeah,
he's all blitzed at the award show and peeing himself and stuff like that.
This was like back in like whatever it was, like 98. It was like one of those ideas we were kicking around and nothing, I don't know.
So
you
then
could
if
have
he,
Star Is Born Hollywood before Star Is Born did.
If he did, yeah, look at you. Could have been famous with a drug problem.
Yeah.
Although I think that was a remake too.
That was a remake, yeah. I think Frank Sinatra was in the original.
So if he didn't fake the drug problem to go to rehab for the career resurgence, he would have just died of a drug overdose without being famous.
But he never had a drug problem.
But he would have he would have had a drug problem.
Yeah,
because he was never famous.
That is true.
And then he would have just died not famous. See, that's the alternative version.
The alternative version. I just thought it was an interesting, it was like one of those things. You're just like, you're sitting around one night and you're kicking around ideas.
Or he dances around with knives.
Well, she's got have you seen that she blew up? Britney Spears. Britney Spears is putting out a memoir, and it is apparently nuking Justin Timberlake because she claims Timberlake made her get an abortion.
I saw that the other day.
Whoops. Timberlake out here catching strays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't find that all that controversial. Two people had sex.
Yeah, young people.
They were together.
Yeah. She wanted the baby. Timberlake did not.
He did not.
Timberlake convinced her to have an abortion, and I guess Timberlake hasn't told anyone, including his wife, and so Timberlake's getting some.
Well, look,
that was like 20 plus years ago.
Before 9/11.
I'm just sure if you're Justin Timberlake, you think this is like decades old and you're in the clear, and then you get the GD memoir, and you're like, crap.
He's like, oh, damn it.
Now everywhere he goes, someone's going to have to be like, hey, Justin, how is it forcing Britney Spears to get an abortion? You think he wants to answer that question? We're talk about an awkward red carpet moment.
Well, all he can say is, I didn't force her. It was a mutual loving decision that we made together.
Except Britney Spears is saying that.
Yeah, he's got the high ground here. Who's anybody going to believe? Him or her? She's insane. Come on, JT's like the man. All he has to do is come out and say, look, this is not factual. It was a mutual decision we made together. And that's all he has to say, and people will believe him. Yeah, well, no one believes her.
Well, and supposedly, I guess his wife is upset that he never informed her of that.
All right, go ahead, Jessica. Leave him.
Which, by the way, that is not something that you tell your new wife, ever.
No,
you don't. You bury that one.
No, you
deep in the past.
There's a lot of things you don't tell your new wife.
Most people don't tell their currents about the people 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the less
Again,
you know.
It was before 9/11.
That's right. It says 7 years ago.
Yeah, it was a long time. Don't worry about it.
All right. We're already out of time.
Yeah.
We're out of time tonight.
Yeah.
About that.
Well, we got one more.
Yeah, but I'm not going to bring anything to the table next segment.
Yeah, we'll mail it in. Let's go.
It is 6:46 on the Fan.
Dude, he's such an effing loser.
A big game setback.
Camden Lewis, ready, snap, place, kick on the way. Long enough. He missed it to the right.
Are the Ducks' goals still the same?
I'm not going to quit on them, and I know they're not going to quit on me. So we have a lot to play for as the season goes on. I think it's a challenge that I'm built for, and I think I was just put in this position for that.
Talk about it and get the inside story on your home for Oregon Ducks football. 1080. The Fan.
Reynolds Defense Firms. One promise. This is McDaniel Reynolds with the Reynolds Defense Firm, and we specialize in one thing. We represent good people facing DUI charges. Trust is a big deal to me, both personally and professionally, and I believe at the core of trust is a very simple concept. Be genuine. Be genuine in what you say, be genuine in what you do. And I believe being genuine is what makes Reynolds Defense Firm so successful at helping good people facing DUI charges. There's no pretense here. What you see is what you get. We do what we say we are going to do, and we don't make promises we can't keep. In fact, there's only one promise we make to our clients because there's only one thing within our complete control. We promise every client we represent that we will do the absolute best we can for them. And since DUI law is our specialty, and we have a fantastic team of lawyers and staff, our absolute best can be pretty amazing. If you or someone you believe in faces a DUI charge, call Reynolds Defense Firm today, because you want Reynolds Defense Firm on your side. Reynolds Defense Firm. We're solid, we're here if you need us, and we are very good at what we do.
Hey, it's Suk. A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air has recently added Honky and Clausen Heating and Air to their family, and they're hiring. They have flexible work schedules, growth opportunities, in-house training, all available, plus full benefits and compensation packages with a chance to earn up to $5,000 in spiffs a month on top of their hourly earnings. For more info, go to aeheatingandcooling.com. A&E Plumbing, Heating, and Air is your local independent train dealer. It's hard to stop a train. CCB number 203004.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Basketball season is around the corner, and BetQL is here to help you win more consistently this year. BetQL is an absolute game changer if you're looking to find trends to help you win. Make smarter bets on spreads, totals, player props, and more. BetQL has already helped over 300,000 people with powerful analytics.
Have you ever been to a concert by yourself?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. Not a reggae concert. I went to Pearl Jam by myself.
Did you?
Yeah. Sold my ticket to a small Indian man who was very, very happy to sit by me.
Oh, you sold the other ticket?
Yeah, I couldn't find it. It was like on a Wednesday, and I couldn't find anyone to go up with me. So I flew solo. Like, I'd go see, like, The Foo or someone like that, Metallica. I'd go see that on my own.
All right, so what's next then?
Well, it is the coaches show for Oregon Ducks, and then it might be followed by the Hot Corner. I believe it will be.
We don't know. What
Could
will
be-
Joe Fisher be
could
doing
be
tonight?
sans Joe Fisher.
All right, we're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on The Fan. Good night.
Ships of space.